there will now be an opportunity for silent prayer or meditation. Thank you very much. Please be seated. Honorable Premier, honorable members of the Executive, honorable Chief Whip and Deputy, presiding officers present, honorable members, public sitting at the gallery, I must take this opportunity on behalf of the House into okokuba ndinibulise sibulele ngokokuba kubekho nabantu abakhoyo abazokubukela indlo somthetho xa kusenziwa le nkqubo siyiqhubayo apha namhlanje. I therefore formally recognize your presence and also wish you good health in this chilling winter that we are currently experiencing. Honorable members, I will now move straight to notices of motions. Honorable Fihlani.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, I move without notice in terms of Rule 129 and Rule 130 of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature Standing Rules that the House conveys its sincerest condolences to all the families of the 12 passengers who died in a crash involving a minibus taxi and a long-distance bus in Flagstaff on Sunday, 4th of June 2023. Regrettable, the accident happened on the R61 road between Flagstaff and Lusikisiki, where a fully loaded taxi collided head-on with a bus, a city-to-city bus. A total of 12 people senselessly perished, including 2 children who died on the scene. Note that all the deceased were from the taxi. Commends all the joint efforts of the various state institutions that were involved in ensuring that adequate support was given to all affected families during the time of distress. Wishes to that those who survive for a speedy recovery. Further wishes strength to prevail over the families of the deceased. Urges the law enforcement agencies to conduct a comprehensive and a thorough investigation in order to ascertain the cause of the accident and put every effort towards ensuring that tragic incidents like that never happen again in our roads. You urge our government, stakeholders, and all community members to promote safer road usage through abiding by the rules and regulations of the road. Believing that working together and abiding by the rules of the road, we can end all these senseless and unfortunate deaths, as it is in our hands on how we drive. Trust that this incident awakens our collective responsibilities to be extra vigilant on roads. Let the pain caused by these deaths be a constant reminder that we are a better and can drive safely and avoid unnecessary accidents. Appeal to the Department of Transport to strengthen its awareness campaigns, increase the visibility of law enforcement on our roads to ensure that all road users are safe and reach their destination intact and free from harm. On behalf of the House, we convey heartless condolences to the bereaved families. I so move, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. I now put the motion, honorable members. Agreed? Thank you very much. Honorable Mbonyana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I move a motion without notice in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Eastern Cape Provincial Legislature, that the House notes the following. Despite the Children's Rights Clause in Section 28 of the Constitution, the Children Act and other relevant progressive legislation, children in East London, Gqeberha, and other towns in the province are still seen in the streets with their parents used as beggars. That international human rights law state that South Africa ratified mandates that children enjoy the right to a family environment where they are catered to and cared for, and where necessary, the state support children while in their family environment, and that alternative family care be considered as a means of last resort where children are at risk or of maltreatment, abuse, and violence caused by the family structure. That children's life survival and development, freedom of expression, best interest, healthcare, and education be ensured at all times, both in peacetime and complex emergencies. That the Constitution of South Africa, 1996, protects the rights of all people in South Africa. Human rights are applicable to all people without any form of distinctions, save for the ones that are sanctioned by the Constitution. Therefore, everyone in the country is entitled to human rights by virtue of being human. Section 9 of the Constitution provides that everyone is equal before the law and has equal protection and benefit of the law. Legislative and other measures be enacted to advance the rights to equality and human dignity in the best interests of the child. The ruling party, honorable members, has made progress in this regard, even through ratifying the relevant international instruments and creating alternative care centers where children are abused or at risk of abuse by family members. Everyone, including children, are human beings, and the state must respect, protect, promote, and fulfill the child's rights in the Constitution and the international human rights law. Lastly, there shall be no child who should be subjected to any form of treatment or life that detracts from the best interests of the child, and that they shall be protected against exploitation and all treatment of an abusive or degrading nature. Therefore, honorable members, I move a motion that the House resolve number 1, urge our government and municipalities to ensure that these children are placed in schools and have access to the nutrition program. This will ensure that protection, the right to life, survival, and development, and the best interest is saved. The institutions caring for children, especially street children, are accessible, resourced, capacitated, and children-friendly. The government to strengthen its supporting framework for ensuring that all street children are supported either in their family environment or they are placed in proper alternative care where they will have access to basic education, healthcare services, and have access to basic amenities of life critical in their life survival and development. Lastly, to work with all relevant stakeholders to assist all children in the streets and the relevant stakeholders, including but not limited to the MSCs, local sphere, Human Rights Commission, Department of Social Development, institutions of higher learning, and when necessary, the private sector for the resource mobilization. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbonyana. I now put the motion, honorable members. Great, thank you very much. Honorable Anil Kumar.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, let me bring the warmest greetings from African National Congress. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I rise to move with notice. In terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of the Legislature, the House recognizes that South Africa on every day is deliberating the academic reports and studies all in resonance the common conclusion of unyielding occurrence of GBV, gender-based violence, and femicide in our country. Accept that the epidemic of GBV is a whole societal problem that can only be dealt through collective action between all sectors of the community. Government, civil society, religious groups, academicians, institutions, organized labor, and whatnot. We further recognize that the GBV includes physical, sexual, verbal, emotional, and psychological abuse or threats, acts of abuse, economic and educational deprival, whether occurring in public or private life. Recognize that in the in his address to the joint sitting of the Parliament, our Honorable President Cyril Ramaphosa stated, SA is one of the most unsafe places in the world for a woman, with levels of violence that are comparable to the wars. Except that the gender-based violence in South Africa takes countless forms, which includes high levels of domestic violence, sexual violence, and honor killings. Further, accept that these crimes stem from the disparity in power and the resultant inaccessibility to social, cultural, political resources that are embodied in patriarchal societies. Affirm that these days of rhetoric are over. Everyone has an obligation to stamp out the pervasive pandemic of gender-based violence. Examine how the justice system is responding to this huge people-made crisis. Ask us how our girls and women are continued to be under siege. While recognizing that the GBV is equally affecting both genders, therefore to resolve that, as the lawmakers, we cannot remain silent on this crucial matter, and we call upon to strengthen the law enforcement and judiciary to mete out harsh sentences against the culprits of the GBV and the femicide. Number two, to commit the provincial government and the legislature will actively campaign for South Africa free from all gender-based violence directed to women, children, and LGBTQIA+ persons, and sustain a social behavioral campaign working with all sectors in society, including the state, civil society, and the media. Thirdly, urge government to ensure the research is accessible to promote the involvement, the understanding, and the engagement of communities. Enhance coordination and collaboration among stakeholders and government departments in providing services, which includes DNA. Increase and integrate the number of shelters and support services, particularly in identified GBV hotspots. Lastly, increase resourcing for support services that are specific to vulnerable groups, including persons with disabilities, LGBTQI, and old persons. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Anil Kumar. Now that this is a notice of motion, honorable members, it is therefore noted, and the motion will then be debated at the later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Von Brockenrode.
Deputy Speaker, all protocol observed. Notice with motion in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of Order of the Eastern Cape Legislature. I hereby move in terms of Rule 131 of the Standing Rules of Order of this House, noting that the Eastern Cape roads are pothole-ridden and it accounts for many fatalities on our roads. That well-maintained roads are essential for the survival of our economy as well as the safety of our road users. That the Eastern Cape Department of Roads and Transport is robbing the people of this province from their basic rights of mobility by not fulfilling their core function of maintaining our road and our road infrastructure. That some of the communities have been repairing potholes at their own cost without any reimbursement from the Eastern Cape Department of Roads. That the Pro Pothole machine that has been made by JCB has recently been launched in Ireland, and it completes a permanent pothole repair under 8 minutes. Therefore resolve, 1, that the Department of Roads and Transport explore the alternative methods of fixing our roads, such as plastic roads. 2, that the MEC of Roads and Transport consider contacting a company such as JCB regarding this machinery. 3, that the MEC of Roads and Transport act and implement innovative and eco-friendly ways of dealing with our road crisis. 4, that the MEC consider entering public-private partnerships with effective communities for them to repair our potholes. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Von Brockenrode. Also, this being a notice of motion, honored members, it is therefore noted, and it will then be debated at the later stage in accordance with Rule 133, subsection 1. Thank you very much, honored members. We now go to member statements. May I recognize Honorable Magashela, the Chief Whip.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you, the Premier and the Executive, the members of the Provincial Legislature. Honorable Deputy Speaker, as we approach the 30th anniversary of our democracy, it is imperative that we acknowledge the progress made by our government since 1994, acknowledge where there are shortcomings, and urge the government to accelerate its efforts towards ensuring that the dignity of South Africans is affirmed in every respect of life. The immediate task in which every sphere of government must be seized with should be the ending of load shedding. As the ANC, we are concerned with the ongoing energy crisis characterized by the rollout of load shedding. The load shedding crisis underway has brought about an enormous strain on households, businesses, and the government. We recognize the progress as evidenced by the reduction of stage levels in the past weeks with optimism that it's work towards ending load shedding. However, we must admit that the proportion of households with access to electricity has increased from 36.2% in 1996 to 85.4% in 2016. And now we are victims of our own success, as we did not build enough capacity to generate sufficient electricity to service all the people who were connected to the grid. Further, those who argue that there was load shedding during apartheid, that proposition is laughable in that while it is undeniable that there was no load shedding during apartheid, it is also true that the majority did not have electricity at all and therefore had nothing to load shed. As the ANC, we implored the provincial government to explore the possibility of rolling out solar energy, targeting all government and municipal buildings, and to further explore measures of rolling out solar energy, targeting the middle income and lower income households. The municipalities with capacity to play an active role in the energy generation, including alternative sources of energy, such as the use of solar and wind energy. South Africa must forge a public pathway to the transition to low carbon and renewable energy generation, which must be a just transition with Eskom capacitated to take primary responsibility and serve as the mainstay of our national energy security. As the ANC, we are adamant that load shedding must be ended and the government of the ANC must continue to work across the globe to achieve the directive. We are very clear on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Whip. Honorable Von Brockenroder.
Good afternoon, Deputy Speaker. Youth Month is a month of celebration of young people and acknowledge their contribution in society. It's a time to reflect on the challenges that youth are facing and to find alternative solutions to help them overcome these challenges. One of the biggest challenges that youth are facing in the Eastern Cape is the lack of scholar transport. Scholar transport should be improving the lives of our young people in a rural area. However, they need to travel long distance to get to school. Without any of the above, these people are unable to attend school and are forced to be dropped out. This is the only effect, this education, but also further prospects of the opportunities. The lack of scholar transport in the Eastern Cape is a very serious issue and needs to be addressed urgently. Government has the responsibility to provide safe and reliable transport for all learners. The Eastern Cape Department of Transport has a baseline of 103,000 learners. However, due to the lack of funds, the department can only transport 67,107 learners. Furthermore, the 67,100 learners will also be reduced because of the department already has used some of the funds to pay back scholar transport operators for last year for rendering a service. An inadequate budget must not be the case. The department must find alternative funding to provide scholar transport so that the needy learners in this province can be transported. The lack of scholar transport has a lasting effect on the future of our learners. The DA will continue advocating until this burden of travelling long distance to school is resolved. We believe that the access of opportunity for scholars is needed and able to access the right of the education. The DA is firmly of the opinion to ensure that learners across this country receive scholar transport as and where it's needed. Let us remind that Youth Month is a time of celebration. It needs to support the young people. We cannot do what we are doing at the current situation. Education is the basis of anyone's future. The lack of transport at this time is in dire need. It is a time to take action and ensure that all learners in the Eastern Cape have access to a safe, reliable transport from and to and from school. This will not only benefit young people, but it will also benefit the future of this country as a whole. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Buchanroda. Honourable Premier, you can delegate as much as you can in responses to these member statements.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker or Acting Speaker, and good afternoon to all honourable members in the House, DG and HODs, and our guests in the gallery. Thank you very much, honourable members, for the questions. On the issue of load shedding, as it has been acknowledged by the Honourable Chief Whip, the work is being done there by government to really look at all the alternative sources of energy with our energy mix policy. I think the Minister of Finance tabled this, and the Minister of Electricity continues to make this statement to the entire citizenry of our country. I think at some point, Honourable Speaker, we must consider, as this House, inviting the Minister of Electricity, the new minister, to come here and present in this House this intervention and the work that is being done, so that we don't really interpret. You understand that this is one of functions that are not really concurrence functions, just a national competence. The MEC COGTA tries to be on that space, but with less authority. I wanted to give here a few minutes to speak on that, or probably on some of these issues that are happening. Municipalities, just like any other entities in our country, are allowed to also source energies themselves to complement the work that we're doing, or actually to boost the capacity of our national grid. We all know that the biggest challenge we have in our country now is the transmission capacity. We can continue with the renewable energy that we're seeing here, all these big wind turbines in our province, but the biggest challenge now is the transmission capacity. As you all know, that electricity to the Eastern Cape is coming from Mpumalanga. That's a challenge that we have. So we are looking at all those options. That include the issue of nuclear plant time spent, which we need to work together, even against environmentalists. It's an argument that we're pushing hard at national, because we believe if it can work at Quebec, why it cannot work when it comes to Eastern Cape, when even that site has been identified. So amongst the issues of the renewable energy that we're dealing with all the intervention on the solar panels and all that, but we believe that for sustainability of the reliable source, the energy source for our province, we needed that plant going ahead, as feasibilities are showing all possibilities about it. And also national is of the same mind that this is an area that we should be able to look at. Opposition and everyone else, we must be one mind. We must be together. At least it is in the area where Honorable Ngababanga, you are in charge, in Koha space. So it's going to be important that we get that one off the ground for also able to assist our province. We're looking at a number of other issues, whether we talk about the Mzimvubu Dam. The second phase of Mzimvubu Dam is also looking at the hydropower, which we believe also will be able to help to make sure that we provide effective the energy supply into that big dam that is being built now as we speak. The second question on scholar transport, I would really want to ask the House to defer this one so that MEC Transport can come and present a detailed response, because the numbers appears to be fluctuating. Every member comes up here, stand up and picks up his or her own numbers on exactly what numbers are we transporting. So I think we need a proper presentation in this House. If the House agrees, I would request that we allow that MEC comes and present that detailed one. MEC Williams can come in probably to just akabangele kule ndawo bengichaza kuyo yombane.
Thank you, Honorable Premier. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive, honorable members of the House, and our distinguished guests. Honorable Speaker, indeed, the Premier has attempted to cover much of the work that municipalities are doing in respect of ameliorating the challenge of load shedding. Honorable Speaker, after the President announced in the State of the Nation address that the solar panels will be unleashed for every member of the communities of our country, that has now become a policy imperative. And municipalities have always having a right to implement that policy. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is that solar energy farms is one of the important concepts that municipalities are already implementing. If you look at the Krisani district, that has already gone out of the country, get international investors to implement solar energy farms in order to ameliorate load shedding. And Buffalo City has also begun, Honorable Speaker, with a vibrant program of implementing its own energy sources. That initiative is taking place, and these are open intentions for all municipalities to take serious the issue of load shedding. And if we do that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to reduce electricity load, because all members of the communities, through the initiative of municipalities, would be able to reduce load, because all geysers will be attended to through the solar panels. So that's what we are busy with at local government level, Honorable Speaker, and we've encouraged all municipalities to get in and ensure that they get into the window that has been opened, that we must approach companies, private companies that are reputable, to try and get our own energy sources to reduce load shedding. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier, for appropriate responses. This is indeed an avenue provided in terms of the rules that member statements must be considered by the members of the executive, because they are representing the community and the public. We are quite pleased that these responses are provided in detail as we have done. Indeed, we quite appreciate. Now we have dealt with the member statements. Yes, Honorable Vaughan? Oh, Sorry.
Deputy
I for-
Speaker, the Premier have made a proposal. Is there any time frame? Will we have it tomorrow morning, tomorrow sitting, or next week sitting, or next month sitting? I think I will agree if the MEC will respond tomorrow.
Well, I think what we can only do, because there are rules of submission in the legislature, surely, Honorable Premier, they cannot exceed 30 days, as we all know. It may be tomorrow, but surely it must be within the rules of this legislature. That we shall monitor with the table team. Thank you very much, and for accepting that request. We are now coming, members in the gallery, to a very much important part of this House, questions for oral reply that are directed to the members of the executive. Sizawuva imibuzo engqalenqo kumalungu eqoqo lephondo. Ngokokuba amalungu alendlu eyibuza lo mibuzo, but let me just indicate that we are going to allocate an hour for that kind of work. Kuphenduliswa. The oral reply may be extended at the discretion of the Speaker, honored members, in terms of Rule 186, subsection 3. But phambi koba singene kwimibuzo, ndifuna nje ukucacisa oku kulandelayo. There are 48 questions for oral reply in the IUP. 18 published on the 9th of June 2023. But please note this, honorable members, especially Premier. 12 questions for oral reply that were deferred to the question paper, especially for Department of Education, 2, Social Development, 2, and 7 for the Department of Transport, and 1 for the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. In terms of the rules of this House, honored members, Standing Rule 184, subsection 5 provides that if a question for oral reply is not replied within the time frame set out in Rule 184, subsection 1, the question for oral reply must be transferred to the question paper, and the relevant MEC must provide an oral explanation of his or her failure to reply within the time frame and hand over the written reply to the table. That is what I want to remind honorable members for, and I think the PLOs and the HODs surely must have now informed the MECs about those questions. We are now going straight to the question paper, and I think the first question is from Honorable Banga to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Acting Speaker, and the protocol is now observed as established. The answer to that first question from Honorable Banga is that the following are the municipalities that he's asking about: Nelson Mandela, Makana, Amatole District Municipality, Mahlati.
Sorry, Honorable Premier, if the microphone, mobile, just to help, I think the sound is a bit lower. I know Premier so that avakale nakubantu ababukeleyo. This is quite important response. Sawucela la team to provide him with that mobile microphone so that you become much more audible, Honorable Premier.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, it is coming, Honorable. Don't worry.
Oh. Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Honorable Speaker. Especially when this question is asked by someone who's capable of also asking and leave and not listen to answers. The answer to that first question from Honorable Banga is that these are following municipalities, not really in the order of whatever or preference, but it's Nelson Mandela, Makana, and Amatole District Municipality, Amahlati, Raymond Mhlaba, Christian Isakisizwe, Enoch Mkijima, Or Tambo, Inguzahil, and the Walter Sissoul. The second response to that second question is that the municipalities are unable to meet their financial obligation. This information is drawn from the Section 71 and 72 reports of the MFMA. These reports are about financial affairs of the municipalities. They give a detailed account of their debtors and creditors. I think it might just be a question of that, but generally the situation with our municipality in the province is generally not a very good situation when it comes to the financial sustainability. The third question, or third sub-question, is that the COGTA is assisting municipalities to develop and implement credit control policies and support them in their revenue enhancement strategies. This enables them to maximize collection and data cleansing after the following due process. You would also understand that Treasury is also time and again part of such interventions where we're looking at the financial recovery plans. The fourth sub-question, the answer is that we assess through the analysis of Section 71 reports, which municipalities submit to the department monthly. We analyze if there is any reduction accompanied by commitment to settle debt and improve revenue. Section 72 reports, which are quarterly reports, give us information on whether the municipality will meet their annual targets. If it is evident that they won't meet their annual targets, the department ring fences the municipality for a forecast intervention. Thank you very much. That was the first question from Honorable Banga. I'm not sure whether I must continue because there's got another question, which is a question 2.
Okay. Honorable Banga, any follow-up?
Thank you, Honorable Premier, for replying. It's very clear, Premier, that the municipalities that are mentioned in your reply, they represent the bigger part of the Eastern Cape. It's the heart of the Eastern Cape. It just tells you that we do not have municipalities. And I don't know whether, Premier, have you seen the report that has been tabled by the Auditor General's report, which is confidential. But it's very clear. No, but I have a right to ask a question to a Premier.
Okay. Just there is a hand, Honorable Benjamin. On what
Thank
rule?
you very much, Honorable Speaker. Confidential means that it should not be used in any form. Thank you very much.
It's protected in the House. It's the House of Parliament.
There is an order, Honorable Ngomonye.
What rule is this, please?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I rise on rule number 76. Point of order. The Honorable Member is out of order. The time given is for follow-up questions and not debate, and the Honorable Member is debating.
Oh my God.
That is out of order.
Honorable Banga, because I don't know the status of the confidential report also as I'm sitting here.
You don't even see it yourself.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. If you are saying it is confidential, I think you must be mindful of how far the confidentiality goes. This is the House, of course, you are protected.
Yes, I'm protected.
Yes, I know.
And
the second issue is the follow-up that you are making. It's related to the questions that you have asked.
Yes, that's
okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm asking the Premier, because these municipalities are highlighted here. I'm not going to talk what is highlighted, but the question is, have you been made aware about the seriousness of the inability of these municipalities?
Sorry, Honorable Banga, just there's a hand.
You must read the rules, please, man.
Where's the mic?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise on the point of, according to rules, the question, the rule preemption of the report. Honorable Mbanga, the report he is quoting, the meeting set today at 10, joint sitting Scopa Finance Cogta. That particular report he is quoting, up to now, it is the report that has not yet been given, and therefore no one, according to rules, can quote or ask questions to a report that has not yet presented in the House. So as the chairperson of Scopa, I rise to say, the member is totally out of order, and the member, I warned all members in the meeting, in that meeting, more than 3 times, that the report cannot be quoted anywhere. That's what even Auditor General said, and used without first the time Auditor General presents the report that is to the concerned municipalities. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, that is totally out of order. Okay. And therefore, the oath the member has taken is breaking that oath according to the Constitution of the Republic.
Thank you very much. Honorable Banga, I think on the issue of the Auditor General, that is still to be considered. May I request that, or direct actually, that put that aside and continue with your own follow-up on other matters.
But Speaker, I want you to rule on this. I want you to go and look at the rules, to rule on this issue and come back and say,
Okay.
what is the ruling in relation to our privileges as members of Parliament?
We'll do it.
Remember, the report that we're talking about, the report that we're talking about, the report that we're talking about, I'm not mentioning what is at this stage. I'm asking whether or not the Premier have been given privilege to see it. Yes or no? That's the question that I'm asking.
Okay.
And my question goes further, that these municipalities, this country
Okay. Just
Le country
be cool.
imoshakele noise.
Honorable Makubela.
Kokupava le country sonzakala. This pavi is killing this country.
Order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I refer to Rule number 97, subsection 4. It reads as follows. If a member is not satisfied with the ruling of the presiding officer, may make a written representation to the presiding officer for the reconsideration of the ruling. So if he is not satisfied with your ruling, therefore he must comply
Honorable
with
members.
Rule 97, subsection 4. Thank
I
you.
understand. May I request honorable members, because this is not a difficult issue, the question that was posed to the Premier with reference to intervention to support municipalities to deal with municipal debt and assist municipalities with boosting revenue collection. That is the only question posed here. And the Honorable Premier responded to that. I'm asking whether there is follow-up from the member just to the Premier on the response given. That is what I want to hear. Yes. 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 Okay. No, we understand that one. Thank you. Honorable Premier?
Okay. Oh, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Can man the basis? It's open up. You see, now obviously, Mlane, as a Premier, you will be privileged to know the information even before you can know it as a member of the House. So clearly, Premier is actually have a sight of that because the Auditor General does the road shows, so I've got a sense and a deeper sense of that. So there is no way that that would be known by the, there is no sense that that would be known by the opposition even before it is known by a governing party. So I think from that, because that was the only follow-up specifically on that sort of an issue.
Thank you very much.
So all the interventions we're making on the basis of what Auditor General has actually shared with us from an executive point of view.
Question number 2 from Honorable Banga, addressed to the Honorable Premier. Oh, sorry, just before that. Yes, Honorable Demaza.
Honorable Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I rise on the point that, so that as people who are chairing meetings of the legislature, we want to appeal to you and the legal team seated there. When in a sitting of a meeting, the meeting agrees on question of confidentiality, is it proper, we want legal advice, is it proper for a member seated in that particular meeting to come to the House or the next meeting to ask about issues there? I know you will be saying it as he asked whether you have seen this report. That, to me, and according to my understanding of the Constitution and the rules, is totally member breaking the oath of confidence. Yes, it is correct. The Premier will know about the report, but you can't ask about that.
Okay.
You can't.
Honourable Member.
The reason why, Speaker, we're asking this, we want so that it can be corrected. Because sometimes it is good to clap for what is wrong, so that we can know as people who are doing oversight. We must know as people who are doing oversight, when we talk with members there, the members can come in the House and therefore we're defined.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, no, just before that order. We are dealing with oral questions for oral reply. We are not considering reports as of now. What we will do, we will just check, Honourable Demaza, legally our position on the issue you are raising. Because we are not sitting in committees as we are presiding officer. We may not know what documents you have, but what we need to do is to make a determination and come tomorrow with a legal position on the issue that has been raised. I think I indicated that we are going to take that as a table staff. Can I allow Honorable Banga to ask the second question?
Speaker, I sincerely apologize, because it's me who moved that I want you to define my rights in relation to this. It's me who started to say that, because I want my privileges as a member of parliament to be defined exactly. Because if we do not do that, our democratic system might be undermined by people who think it's illegal.
Honorable Banga, I'm saying we are coming
Therefore,
back tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
We will explain exactly what document you can quote
Thank you.
whilst you are a member in this chamber. Thank you very much. Question number 2, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think the debate was quite interesting. That dislodged. But on the other side, Honorable Speaker, it's a quite interesting issue that I had an opportunity as well to raise it here, because the opposition is abusive consistently in the anxiety, and we've been noting this, that the privileged information that can be answered in a normal process, they normally do exactly this, ask us and leak that information out as if it's an information that were actually solely privileged. We've been discussing that in the executive on how best are we dealing with this. They've got this arrangement to ask questions, but they will always do all these other funny arrangements. So the second question, the second question from Honorable Banga is that yes, Honorable Banga, the load shedding is affecting the pumping operations of our water for water reticulation, which has resulted to poor supply or effective supply of water to various communities. So this kind of a problem of load shedding, it makes our reservoirs not to be filled. And so it's difficult to supply the entirety of communities that are supposed to be reticulated from there. The results of that power surge, motors are also damaged, and that is the motors that are assisting those engines there, not in the literal car, and resulting to municipalities incurring cost of fixing such. Sometimes we take long, municipalities are procuring this, and we get shocked when you learn that this is not in South Africa, you can get it outside the country, and it takes longer sometimes to easily fix those kind of issues. The second subsection, I think, is A there. The answer is that with regard to the repairs at the provincial departmental offices being managed by Public Works and Infrastructure, the following information makes reference. Repairs were to actually VRV air conditioning systems, printed a circuit board at the House of Traditional Leaders at 365,000, new disaster offices, replacement of printed circuit board systems for an amount of 145,000, a repaired automatic voltage regulator at Indoor House, Dugumbana, and Kasana building for 90,000. A repaired generator, main alternator for Kasana and Indoor House at 420,000. House of Traditional Leaders, replacement of control system at 67,000. Bishop Pick and Pay facility, replacement of electrical switch gear at 26,000. Kasana building, replacement of printed circuit board, a PCB, VRV system at 72,000. Total amount is 1.7 million. With regard to the repairs of infrastructure, COCTA has not allocated any funding for repairs as a result of load shedding, as municipalities are responsible for the maintenance and refurbishment of their infrastructure, which they facilitate through their equitable share and conditional grants. The third question there, municipalities have both equitable share and conditional grants, that is WISIG, budgeted for refurbishment and planned infrastructure maintenance. However, water and sanitation, or WSA municipalities have indicated to be spending between 5 million and 10 million monthly on repairs to damaged infrastructure components and supply of additional diesel due to load shedding. It's another somebody's question.
Honorable Banga?
Thank you, Premier. I think you responded to this question even when you were responding to the statement, rather, of the ANC Chief Whip, which I was very happy with that comprehensive report. But however, as this mentions the collapse of our water regulation and also sanitation storage plants, what plans do we have, having seen what is happening in particular in Gauteng, in Tshwane, oh my God, what plans do we have as a province in a situation where we get an emergency, where all the systems collapse, in particular water regulation and also storage management plans, to deal with any catastrophe that would relate to cholera? Lastly, on this question, you have made mention of new energy regeneration. You made an issue about a nuclear plant, and you said all of us must be engaged into a conversation as a province. This is a national crisis. It's not about us fighting about it. What is your plan in terms of engaging stakeholders? Have you started in the province? Other premiers in the Western Cape have had them putting that plan out on the open of independent power producers in Gauteng, the same thing, Panyaza. But we have not seen you as the Premier of the Eastern Cape speaking boldly about this plan in order for us to have a conversation as the people of the province. Thank you very much.
Honorable Premier, I think maybe just before, I've read again this question, and I was listening attentively to your response, but it's up to you to make references with other provinces and cholera related, because it's not in the main question. But
yes, true. You must understand. So when you have a problem of having 6 months here, and you live for another 6 months in another institution, and come back, so you confuse everything as you work around that. So that's the biggest problem we're dealing with him. So he can't really understand whether he's no longer a mayor now, he's here as a member, because he can be elsewhere the other day. So we've got platforms. We've got platforms where we are sharing all these detailed plans, which are sitting quarterly. We might not be all over the media as you would want to see compared to other people. Of course, we are having plans in place as government collaboratively to deal with any catastrophic potential disaster arising out of coral and all that, as you would understand. We are working with our municipality to make sure that all our stations, all the water services authority are up to, are on board in ensuring that all our reservoirs are able to assist to get that water out of that. So that one, for instance, next week we've got on Tuesday the 27th, we've got a PIF. Please tell your people who are in the other municipalities to be consistent in those PIF, Premier's Intergovernmental Forums. This is where all this, including the Minister of Electricity, will be going there to present. But if your institutions where you are in government are not attending, as they don't normally attend, you'll always forever found wanting when you come into this, because you won't be able to understand. So we are dealing with those issues, and I'm saying we can still give you that sort of a detailed plan on exactly how that, because we are, it's a sort of it's a transversal function. Health and everyone else, it's no longer just about water provision. It's about all of us as government, the entire ecosystem functioning to protect or to prevent such sort of diseases. So, as you said, it's my prerogative, the Speaker, to respond to that, because that question was something else, was a new question altogether from what was asked. But you must always try to help so that you bridge the gap. Whilst he's out here, we are moving, so we must always go back and try to help him to catch up with us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I think we need to appreciate that. Question number 3 from Honorable Makashela to the Honorable Premier. Oh, sorry, there is a hand. Honorable Nkomonye.
Honestly speaking, I do not have a rule that I'm rising on, but I have a request. When members are asking follow-up questions, we have almost 50 questions for oral reply.
Honorable Nkomonye, now that there is no rule that we are standing on, let me assume what we were going to say. Order, honorable members, I understand exactly. Let's go to question 3. It was not an order, it was clarification.
Honorable Speaker, you'll bear with me in case this is disorganized. From my side, question 3 is from Honorable Nyalambisa, and Makashala is on Honorable is on question 4. So if there could be something that, my apologies for that, but let me deal with question 3 from Honorable Nyalambisa, and then we go to Honorable Makashala's question 4.
Is Honorable Nyalambisa in the House?
Oh, I don't know why it is written Nyalambisa, but this quarterly survey seems to be coming from Honorable Makashala as well. Or it could be a mistake from our side to say it's Honorable Nyalambisa.
Right,
so clearly there's no difference between Makashala and Nyalambisa. That the other one is Chief. So the answer is so the answer is that in the State of the Province address, we elaborated of government's achievements and plans in facilitating both public and private sector investment. On public sector investment, mainly through infrastructure, we stated that we will establish the Premier's Infrastructure Coordinating Council, that is the PICC, to ensure that all government departments spend the allocated budget on infrastructure. The PICC has now been established, Honorable Speaker. We also stated that we will engage in national government, state-owned entities, private sector, and mobilize foreign direct investment in support of our critical, strategic, and catalytic projects. This work is ongoing, Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members. An example is that Sandral is ready to announce and introduce the contractors that have been awarded major construction works in our province. This financial year, we have set ourselves the target to attract 21 billion worth of investment in the province. In support of this objective, we have approved the Provincial Investment Framework, and we have set up the Provincial Investment Council that brings EFF England. So, together with government and the captains of industry, we've already set 28th to 29th September this year to announce new investment in the provincial economy. During the 2022 Provincial Investment Conference, new investment projects amounting to 46.08 billion were announced. The investment projects were from the following: ShopRite Distribution Center, 1.5 billion, Cheza Pictures, 85 million, Transnet Port of Ngquka, 1.6 billion, Pentela, 168 million, Sun Farming, 500 million, Mhlobiso Concrete, 9.5 million, Total Material Handling, 60 million, Sanaha Property Developments, 542 million, Sandral, 7.2 billion, Akora Lithium Battery, 34.4 billion.
Sorry, Honorable Premier. I can see that this is a 4-page response that you have prepared for Honorable Magashel. I just want to check from him, because I could see that you have replied to him on time, if he is satisfied with the response, so that I can get a follow-up from him, so that you don't read the entire document. You can sit down, Honorable Premier.
Thanks.
You can sit down, Honorable Premier.
I've just been given, because the intention here is for the Premier to take the House into confidence in as far as this is concerned.
Okay.
It may be a question by me, but for the benefit of the House at large. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, you can continue, Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. So, the implemented investment projects up to date include the following. Besides those that were committed, the ShopRite Distribution Center, 1.5 billion is being implemented. Cheza Pictures, 85 billion. Pentela, 85 million. Pentela, 168 million. Mhlobiso Concrete, 9.5 million. Toyota Material Handling, 60 million. Ziyenziwa ke ezi. Thetha ngazo i-projects. Investment to date is 1.3 billion. That has created 1,198 jobs. Projects currently not implemented. Sun Farming, 500 million. Sanaha at 542 million. Sandral should be out of these projects that are not yet implemented. Sandral is implemented. We have seen all our roads have been turned into a construction site. I think there are very few that they have not yet awarded. If there are any, they have almost awarded all the projects that we have announced in the State of the Province address. It's a question of introducing them, including this one just across here, the road that leaves Bisho to a Great Car. It has been awarded. So most of those projects have been awarded. The Aquara Lithium Battery at 34 billion is being worked on. Transnet Port of Ngquka at 1.6 billion is also being worked on. Implementation constraints, environmental due diligence, financial investment decision, delays with the site location due to diligence with districts, financial investment decision, project budget allocation, financial projects plan, rail siding with the BCM and Transnet, financial investment decision, projects budget allocation. The ECTC has undertaken the following facilitation services to enable implementation of investment projects of 44.7 billion. Sun Farming Agri-PV facilitation with the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition for capital feasibility program to assist with the capital raising for the remainder of the financial year. Investment plan. Sanaha Property Development identified 59 sites have been shared with the district development agencies to enable due diligence. 6 of 59 sites have undergone due diligence, and Sanaha forwarded to Boxer for the investment decision. Transnet Port Expansion Plan Industry session held on the 3rd and the 4th of May provide an update on budget and fundraising initiatives planned by Transnet towards resourcing the planned port. A core facilitation on the front-end engineering and design as part of the budget and the financial investment decision. Company has held a pre-investment discussion with Special Economic Zone, Transnet Rail and SARS, meeting planned with BCM and rail siding in the metro to finalize business case to transport iron battery components to manufacturing plant. Yeah, I think that's the end. I was quite happy, Honorable Speaker, to see the discussion in the visit of the Prime Minister of Netherlands and I can't remember the other one, with the President, when they were talking about the green hydrogen. You remember in the last investment installment, 100 billion was committed for our province on that green hydrogen. So as a space that we're also making it a point that we don't lose. We've got to make a follow-up from that diplomatic discussions that took place at Union Building yesterday.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Magashela, any follow-up? Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Question number 4, Honorable Premier, from Honorable Magashela to the Honorable Premier.
Tata Premier Sakbada. Chilwenye ndoda speaker yati. Salary is okazwa hapa kumuntu wonke mangakalazi. The answer is that the first answer there on question 4 from Honorable Magashela is that the province has established a task teams inclusive of TRT, POP and NIU members deployed in the OR Tambo district and Nelson Mandela Bay district to stabilize the situation. Provincial organized crime has been tasked to investigate all the cases that are emanating from Majola village, and they are already in the possession of such dockets. An intervention has also been established in Nelson Mandela Bay districts, where a task team comprising of crime intelligence, LCRC units has been formed to curb all the serious crimes. Crime intelligence section 102 investigation are also conducted, concentrating on most wanted persons and also concentrating to DNA and fingerprinting and fingerprints specifically on the repeat offenders. All the operations are monitored and led by senior officers. Honorable Speaker, but ndingasho ba umsebenzi owenziwa ngamapolisa mkhulu kakhulu Speaker apha Eastern Cape. In most cases that we've been dealing with, there are serious investigation and arrests, particularly in Nelson Mandela. We're doing a great strides there to arrest the perpetrators. Thanks.
Honorable Magashela, no follow-up?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Deputy Speaker. I think the Premier has anticipated my follow-up because in the feedback he has just given, we would have loved to know, out of the interventions made and plans to curb these spikes of violence, what maybe would be the level of apprehensions and prosecutions. Now he just says, which is not written of course, there is arrests, and we wanted just to get that kind of a data. But unfortunately it's not written, but he anticipated. I want it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. The next question is from Honorable Zati Yuchabe to Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. We'll surely submit that in detail. That I think that stats that indicate progress that is being made on each and every case, and particularly on the apprehension of the alleged perpetrators. The answer to Honorable Khabe is that the province has not approached the national government to intervene in the Eastern Cape Provincial Department of Health due to the fact that there are numerous forums like the Budget Council attended by all the provincial MECs and for finance and the Minister of Finance, where we discuss and agree on certain financial policy stances that must be implemented. In addition, there is a National Health Council comprising all MECs for health and the Minister of Health that discusses the various challenges, including finances facing the health sector, with a view to finding sustainable solution. I know, Chief Whip, This is a tree line whip. I hope that you will release the MEC because that budget, the Health Council, National Health Council is sitting in Durban as from tomorrow and onwards. So it's going to be important that we are always represented into that space and get national working with us collaborative on a number of issues that we are doing in terms of normalizing, stabilizing the situation. The MEC for Finance wrote to the Minister for Finance on the 4th of February 2021 and 1st June 2021 requesting additional funding for the Department of Health. In terms of Section 6, subsection 2D of the PFMA, refer to the annexure MEC's letter 1 and 2. These letters were seeking additional funding as an intervention to address some of the challenges experienced by the Department of Health. While there was no immediate funding made available at that time, the province did get additional funding in the 2023 medium-term expenditure framework for health pressures in compensation of employees, service backlogs, including ART and TB, medicine and other goods and services. With respect to the National Health Insurance grant, in the current financial year, the NHI grant budget is 106 million, and it is 276 million over the MTEF. Since the NHI funding is through a conditional grant, it gets discussed and agreed to by the health sector and provinces, and then implemented projects on behalf of the National Department of Health. The Division of Revenue Act, that is DORA, applies to these grants, and Provincial Health Department should comply with all the provision. As you'd understand that we had some pilot sites, clinics, I think about 18 here in the Eastern Cape, particularly in the area of Alfredo and Owar Tambo. The state-of-the-art, world-class clinics that have been built as part of introducing the NHI. Thanks, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Khabe, any follow-up?
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I am well covered, Honorable Deputy Speaker. However, I still believe that the province should approach national with regards to the current debt that the Health Department has. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Question number 6 from Honorable Khabe to Honorable Premier.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Chair. The issue of the health problem, honorable members must appreciate, is a national crisis. It might appear as if here it gets exacerbated because of the situations and conditions, but it's a national crisis. In the bigger provinces, it's worse than this. The issue of medical legal it's a killer punch, and we are now in control of it. We're mitigating. We've put up systems in place to effectively deal with that issue as a province. So we hope that if we are able to arrest it completely, it will be able to move out of the challenge that we have. The gap we have, it is as a result of this problem of medical legal challenges that we have. The answer on question Khabe again, first answer on question 6. The province has established the government procurement of agricultural products program. A forum with the following terms of reference has been established to drive the implementation of the program, to facilitate and promote the procurement of agricultural products by government in support of the Eastern Cape farmers and agro-processors in line with the provincial LED procurement framework, to capacitate and support farmers to qualify for the government market, to advise on the sourcing of agricultural products in the Eastern Cape. The process will also entail the development of an enabling framework to implement the above. The forum is made up of the following departments: Office of the Premier, Provincial Treasury, Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, Dr. Da, Department of Education, Department of Social Development, Eastern Cape Rural Development Agent, and Eastern Cape Development Corporation. In addition, the Provincial Treasury, the Department Audit, and the Dr. Da are tasked with facilitation of procurement of agricultural goods by procuring departments, namely education, health, and social development. To this end, the team is in the process of developing Eastern Cape strategy or model for the procurement of agricultural food products in order to benefit Eastern Cape-based farmers and agro-processing companies as a means of implementing the broader provincial local economic development procurement framework to activate the structured access to government market by local agribusinesses, to promote locally and regional economic development through promotion of local agribusiness, to track and monitor the development of local agribusinesses, local production and processing capacity and opportunities. And also add here, not written, of course, Honorable Speaker, that even on my way here, I was in discussion with the National Department, asking Minister that the project that was initiated in Butterworth of Abattoir and left because of whatever reasons, I request them to conclude that, because I was in a discussion with farmers there on this issue of the livestock. Beef Master wants to come and set up a plant in Butterworth. Currently, farmers around that area transport about 200 cattle a month to Kimberley, to a feedlot, for them to be slaughtered there and be brought back here. Whilst Umambu Notumat Glorious Robe has built a huge feedlot with the traditional leaders around Tendane, Kajane, and Butterworth, which we should be able to use as government. So, but the problem is that you don't have an abattoir where you can deal with that. This is an issue of agro-processing. We want meat that we can also process here in our province. So those are things that we're doing. I'm saying today I was having that discussion with the department to say, I need this to be done as a matter of urgency. I request them to come on board.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Khabe.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I'm well covered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The question is from Honorable Mkhakha, directed to the Honorable Premier.
Funeka ujonge le nto Speaker yoba imibuzo funeka iphendulwe zii-MECs ke mamele.
Oh, sorry, Honorable Premier. I've made a mistake. I've jumped question 7 from Honorable KP Anil Kumar to Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The answer is simple, that the rehabilitation centers are managed by the Department of Social Development. Department of Education only refers all the reported drug use cases to DSD for further intervention. The idea that is proposed will be shared with DSD in the task team meetings that take place. The OE Rationalization Projects team and Department of Public Works will be engaged when the proposal is shared with DSD. Final details on this establishment of these centers, will be depending on DSD. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable Anil Kumar. Thank you very much. Question number 8 from Honorable Mkhakha to Honorable Premier.
The answer to that question 8 from Honorable Mkhakha is that it is now a known fact that the province is prone to natural disasters, and the climate change has exacerbated the situation in that disasters now occur more frequently than before. Since 2015, the province has experienced persistent drought, especially on the western side of the province, Sarah Batman, as well as Nelson Mandela. To date, efforts are being made to explore other means of sourcing water, as not enough water is brought by the rainfall. The department has partnered with the Water Research Commission and Department of Water Affairs and Sanitation for this exercise. We're looking at issues of desalination and all other sources that we can look at them. There's been a frequent occurrence of floods in the recent past due to climate change, such as in April 2022 and December 2022, February 2023, and March 2023. There are areas which have been repeatedly affected in some areas, including some informal settlement. By now, COGNA commissioned a disaster risk assessment study to identify risks and hazards where such occurrences are prone within the province. For purposes of better planning, the A DRA report will be disseminated and made public as soon as an internal endorsement processes have been concluded. The department, through the PDMC, Provincial Disaster Management Center, has also developed a diagnostic analysis of the disaster management program in the province, identifying challenges, remedial actions, and attaching a responsible organ of state to the action required. Government is also strengthening its coordination machinery, COCTA, OTP, and provincial treasury to better coordinate and manage disasters. A disaster management coordination plan has been developed and is due to be implemented by the second quarter of the financial year 2023-2024. Amongst these will be the coordination of private and public sector relief support. For climate change focus, COCTA participates as a member of the Environmental Sustainable Working Group led by DDIT, which its objective is to discuss climate change issues. In this regard, via the program of action of the province, the PDMC participates by facilitating the capacitation of district municipalities to develop and implement disaster risk reduction programs. By now, the PDMC has developed a dynamic integrated public awareness plan with the municipality and sector development. The answer to question to the Executive Council has endorsed the Provincial Research Plan on 31st of May 2023, which consists of various research topics. One of the research focus areas in the research plan is conducting a baseline study on the responsiveness of the provincial administration to climate change issues, that is natural disasters challenges, implications and mitigations in the province. When the study has been conducted and finalized, it is expected that the recommendation will cover the mitigation actions. The Office of the Premier will monitor and coordinate the implementation research study. Furthermore, COCTA commissioned a professional service provider to conduct a scientific provincial disaster risk management study for purposes of profiling and mapping out the risk and hazards in the province. This will enable all organs of state to utilize the information for better planning and budgeting for disasters. The study commenced on the 1st October 2021 and concluded on 30th of September 2022. A report has been developed and will be disseminated and made public as soon as internal endorsement processes have been concluded. Question 3, the answer is that South African Weather Service is working closely with government in disseminating warnings and alerts as to the imminent natural disasters. These are issued prior to the occurrence mainly to all disaster management centers in the province, which in turn disseminate some of all relevant stakeholders and communities. Organs of states and NGOs participate in disaster management advisory forums, providing advice and sharing of information on disaster management, including early warnings. The department is planning to utilize private sector to further assist government in strengthening and enhancing early warning communication strategy to minimize risk exposure of communities across the province. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Honorable Mukaka.
Welcome, Chair.
Thank you very much. The question is from Honorable KC Fihlani to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for the question from the Deputy Chief Whip. The answer is that there is an empirical study conducted by the provincial government to date. This mainly can be attributed to the lack of resources to carry out those studies. However, there are studies conducted by the National Department and Agricultural Research Council in 2014. The results of such studies emphasize sheet and real erosion as prevalent and illustrates that areas with high erosion risk occur mostly in the eastern part of South Africa. In this context, the Eastern Cape, the 3.8 million hectares is the most severely affected province, followed by the Free State and Northern Cape, Limpopo, KwaZulu-Natal, Mpumalanga, Western Cape, and Northwest, as well as Gauteng. In quantitative terms, the average predicted soil erosion rate for South Africa is 12.6 tons per hectare per year. which the average soil loss rate under annual cropland grain crops is 13 tons per hectare per year, which is much higher than the natural soil formation rate of less than 5 tons per hectare per year. This simple means that we are losing much more soil than we gain. Question 2, answer to that question 2, the causes of land degradation and soil erosion can be divided into 3 main aspects: natural disasters, direct causes by the human practices, and underlying causes due to land tenure system. Natural hazards are the condition of the physical environment which lead to the existence of a high degradation hazard. For example, steep slopes as a hazard for water erosion. This is exacerbated by occurrence of natural disasters such as floods, hailstorm, and drought, including veld fires. Direct causes are unsuitable land use and inappropriate land management practices. The cultivation of steep slopes without measures for soil conservation, overgrazing and overstocking of grazing land, uncontrolled cutting down of trees, bushes, encroachment of invader and alien species, etc. The underlying causes are attributed to the main reason, the inappropriate types of land use and poor management practices are happening in South Africa. Over the past century, the underlying causes of land degradation have mostly originated in the land tenure policies. Land policy has driven land degradation in the former homelands by causing the historic concentration of poor people on limited land, and also marginal potential and unstable soil, as well as dependence on linkages with an urban economies, which together have weakened the rural economy and reinforced the effects of poverty. Poor households rely on natural resources to implement their livelihood needs, and in the former homelands, this has aggravated veld deterioration, deforestation, and soil erosion. The answer to the question 3, Dr. Da has employed sustainable land use management program through awareness campaigns, training, and capacity building, conservation, agriculture, and good veld management to improve soil cover, revival of conservation committees, and institutionalize agricultural resource management in society at large, and through farm management plans which deals with soil, veld, and soil management at a farm level. That's it. Now we're going to the last question. Oh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Pisani. Any follow-up?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I appreciate the response. Just to further, because these things, for me, spells the importance of the soil management by the departments, especially if you related maybe to Dr. Da or Office of the Premier in other areas that involve other departments. So that importance, because for the food security, even if it's also about farm management, you would need the soil which is in which is not all in the dongas, because if you go, I don't know how dongas are called in English. Yeah, because especially in the other side of the former Transkei, you find that most of the land lies fallow, is not used, even the animals get injured because of those dongas. So I'm saying the importance of all that, and overall, which is an overall the issue of the land, that is important. The land that is going to be used, not just land. So the importance of that, if that Honorable Premier could be followed up, and all those activities that are within the Dr. Da department are made, so that the people are made aware of those programs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Honorable Premier?
Yeah, and Somlom, but also just to add on that, the elephant in the room remains the issue of the land tenure system, especially in the former Transkei area. This is what makes government to be bit incapacitated and be paralyzed most of the time on intervention. And people are doing as they wish. Today, a traditional leader can wake up and demarcate land. So all that sort of issue that government is really trying to sort and deal with it remains our biggest risk. That's the reason why it's difficult even to easily get the investors moving that other side. This issue of the land tenure system and the control of land is becoming a problem. So it's difficult even to commercialize. So it's easy to manage all these issues, but it's part of conversation that we must have with our people on an ongoing basis to understand that we need the land made available for the development and food security. Thank you very much. Question 10, if you
Question
allow me.
10, our Premier from Honorable Keleku to the Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and also Honorable Keleku. The answer there on one is that youth spend data is shared by the Provincial Treasury on the quarterly basis. The 2023-2024 first quarter is still being compiled and shall be made available by the end of the quarter. Below, find information as at the fourth quarter of 2022 and 2023 financial year. Detailed information regarding the departmental spending on youth for the period of 1st April 2022 to 31st March 2023 is outlined below. I'm not sure whether must I really read that. Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, number of companies, or it's 649. Those are companies owned by young people at 55 million value. Department of Education 616 at 1 billion, 1.7 billion. Department of Health at 9,000, at also 2.6 billion. Department of Human Settlement 86 at 1.2 million. Cocktail 117 at 2 million. OTP 196 at 20 million. Provincial Treasury 20 at 374,000. Dr. Da at 698 at 76 million. Department of Culture and Transport, DCS at 43 at 632,000. As are tables, Honourable Speaker, if you allow me, they indicate, I think it's easy to follow them, those numbers. So then district municipality spend on youth, Nazi district, Amatole, Buffalo City, Ziyahla, Gokwala Manani, Ziyokunika total. Jengi total panga pezulu, we provincial even go 654 million. Apa kwa Maspala, again, it can't be, Honourable Speaker, the figures, or they could be, because these are same, it's not a municipality procurement, it remains a provincial procurement per district. So it doesn't really cover what has been happening. So the total will definitely remain the same. The second answer, there are only 4 youth occupying SMS positions in the provincial administration. Details as follows. Actually, it's 5, not necessarily 4. They've just counted the SMS in terms of those who are employed. One of the special advisors of the Premier is a young person, less than 35. So he adds into that to make it 5, is now at a top level of the Chief Director level post. So Mnyekwa Public Works babini ke ngoku OTP nabo ngelishwa email. Omnye wabo is a parliamentary officer, is a senior manager responsible for the parliamentary work of the Premier. Is a director, but a male, but also a special advisor to the Premier. Is also a director. Part one not DG. We are talking about no bigger pammy. So ukhokta mnye naye male, and then social development naye abe mnye female. We have said it even yesterday when we spoke here that this is one area that we are still not doing good, but it's part of the crisis, Honorable Speaker, that we're dealing with of the conservative province. Here you must be 40 years and above for you to be viewed as matured. I'm now interested at the second layer level, the deputy directors. How many deputy directors do we have at this level, and why there is no career path? That's exactly an issue that we've raised in the last EXCO to say, let's look at that and unpack those numbers. The third answer to the third sub-question is that the provincial government is guided by the overarching national youth policy of 2020-2030 in its plans to support businesses owned by young people. Provincial government departments are implementing policies directed at increasing youth participation in business such as local regional economic development, Iskalo, a youth fund, Imvaba cooperatives, and market export fund. Provincial NYDA is capacitating youth businesses through non-financial support such as training and mentoring, while CEDA and CIFA provides financial support. Under Iskalo Youth Fund is the only fund in the province solely funded to support youth or young people's businesses. The fund seeks to create a conducive environment for young entrepreneurs through provision of financial and non-financial support to enable them to be active participants in the stimulation of the economy of the province. Once indicated in this house that we are not more interested in giving young people money. We are giving young people tools of trade. If Wenzindo, we'd rather buy you a car that you are going to use than to give you money. It's part of us trying to tighten up systems to make sure that we are assisting young entrepreneurs to do what they are actually looking to. The fund was funded in 2019, located in the Provincial Department of Economic Development, Environmental Affairs and Tourism, but was moved to the Office of the Premier in 2021 by the resolution of this House. This House said this must be moved to Office of the Premier. Imvaba Cooperative Fund, the fund promotes the viability of cooperatives enterprises in the Eastern Cape. It serves as a revolving fund for supporting primary cooperatives in the manufacturing and services sector. Supports the following sectors: agribusiness, tourism, ICT, chemicals, textile and clothing, timber, forestry, metals, business processing, and outsourcing, as well as arts and craft. Local, regional, economic development, what we called LRED. LRED fund seeks to provide grant funding to enterprises that are unable to access funding from the commercial banks and other developmental funding institutions to start up new enterprises or expand existing enterprises. The fund supports businesses that participate in the priority sector as set out in the Provincial Economic Development Plan. There is something called there is a Sinovu or something like that. It's a conference facility with accommodation. It's doing very good. It's part of the rural development. That was funded about almost 2 million from this LRED fund. So those are practical things. Onogqitha nje kuzo xa ungaqondi ungayazi, so ufuna ukwesini iqondise ukugqithe napha ungene ubone ngaphakathi bakwenzeka ntoni pha kulaa yenziwa pha. When I visited, Honorable Speaker, I liked it when I found umama orana la business yakhe ndafika ephethe imop eclean izindlu. When I was looking for an owner, I was told here is the owner. So it's not a person who's sitting somewhere in East London. She's deeply involved in ensuring that that succeeds. You can see the growth that is taking place in that particular investment that we have done there. The MSME Finance did it through its entity, the Eastern Cape Development Corporation, offers short and long-term finance to qualifying businesses. On economic development fund, the core mandate of the fund is to position the province as a competitive investment destination. The aim is to invest in the initiative programs, projects, and ventures that are developmental and commercial sound, stimulate economic growth and equitable development, supporting entrepreneurship and to create sustainable employment opportunities. The fund will discharge its mandate through specific fund products designed to respond to identified developmental and commercial objectives. These constituent instruments, constitute instruments shall have actually sub-mandates that respond to the unique needs of targeted beneficiaries or industries. The Eastern Cape EDF has a funding allocation of 60% for projects and programs geared towards financial returns and 40% for programs with economic returns, developmental outcomes, growth, particularly on youth employment and industrial development. The filing of or the filling of SMS position is subject to the principle of open competition and minimum criteria relating to qualification and experience have been set by the DPSA. However, the province offers various leadership development programs in which you participate to prepare them for future leadership. I think this House must also probably look at that issue as I sit down, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that as much as we are removing the experience requirement at an entry level, but if we want to fuse young people into a senior level, we've got to look at how that, because many young people are really unable to meet these targets of 3 years, 5 years, 8 years as they grow. We should be having a DG in the Eastern Cape sooner who's less than 30, or who's less than 40 years at least. And if we can do that, I can tell you, we can move this province with speed. Not that the older ones are not, but I'm just saying the energy that we need into that, we must affirm young people, especially at a director and a chief director level. I can tell you, I've already seen it. Recently, we've appointed a chief director, youth development. We've seen it. The energy, first event we had in Nelson Mandela was amazing. That tells you that kind of innovation, creativity that comes with young mind and young people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. I can say that we've been joined by the gallery as well. But that is an indication of how they appreciate, though I know that the rules disallow participation of non-members. But it's not a bad signal. Honorable members, we have now exceeded the hour. But I just want to make this discretional power in terms of Rule 186, subsection 3. I will afford the MECs whose written reply that were transferred to question paper and afford them an opportunity just to stand and indicate by explanation to the House why they have not responded on time in line with Rule 184, subsection 5, and in line also with Rule 184, subsection 5. You are not going to reply to those questions, but if you do have those responses, you will just forward them to the table staff. I will start with the Department of Education. I will afford you, Honorable MEC, to stand. You've got 2 questions that were transferred.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to Premier, Executive, honorable members, DG. Our apologies, Deputy Speaker, because the report to the office was indicating a bit of a systems problem. I remember during that period that we're supposed to be submitting on the, should be the 2nd of, the 7th of June, as a reminder, we had a setup problem in terms of the network system there that collapsed. So we will make a follow-up, Deputy Speaker, and forward the necessary information.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. That is the formal apology forwarded to the House, and we will indicate in terms of the rules what is going to happen thereafter. May I invite Honorable MEC Social Development with your 2 questions, ma'am? She's not in the House. There is no acting MEC. Oh, Ukon. must best great mhlawumbe uzaphinda angene. And I couldn't see Honorable Ngata. I don't know who is acting on his behalf. I'm told Honorable Premier
and then ngakwazi speak ukuphendulela izaphula mthetho. So okay, here she comes.
I'm no Honorable Ngata, Honorable Premier is not here. I don't know who is acting on his behalf. Or you are acting on. Honorable Fanda, your question for oral reply were transferred to the question paper because you couldn't fulfill the rules that are stipulating in terms of Rule 184. Now I'm affording you an opportunity to explain to the Honorable House the failure to reply within the time frame, and if you have those responsible, you are given an opportunity just to table them, not necessarily to read them because of time.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As it Department of Social Development, because of ubuninzi questions, I can't get a specified time, but it was finalized later on and submitted, and they are ready with me.
Honorable MEC, for just to be appropriate, I understand exactly that the responses are with you now, which is good, but we cannot say because of number of questions. We understand that you've got competent staff, HOD, and other divisional heads to respond to questions of this House. I don't think we can take that, but we understand that you have them now, and you apologize to the House. If you can just state that without really saying it was because of the bulkiness of questions.
Thank you, Chairperson. As Social Development MEC, we
Order, members.
Apologize. I also indicated to HOD that we really needed that apology in writing.
Yes.
Because it is not acceptable.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I will request the support staff to take the responses to the table. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, you've got one question.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The one question that is appearing as number 282 on the question paper. We submitted the response, but I was later told that because of the network connectivity, it could not.
Order, honored members.
It could not get through, and we resubmitted again, and the latest submission was on the 19th of June, 2023. So I apologize for the delays. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. We are going to receive that formally today. Honorable Premier, I'm advised that Honorable MEC Transport have got 7 of such questions. And maybe now that you are here yourself, on his behalf, I think we can take the collective responsibility of the EXCO. If you can say something, then we will proceed.
Border. Through you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Border, Trula. Chair, Honorable Speaker, I really stand before this House humbling myself, and I can't really even apologize. This is absolutely not acceptable. And I think the rules of this House must be applied. Because it's non-negotiable. Part of the reason that we're doing everything possible to respect this House is to make sure that this House does its the onerous work of doing oversight over the executive. So there is no way, not a single member of the executive is allowed even to undermine this House. I've seen it even national, when they are just said in a public like this. It's not a good thing. So surely I will be able to, at an appropriate platform, be able to deal with that. You are right. The offices are capacitated.
Order.
They are given also the so-called technical advisors and all that. So departments are there. So there is no excuse from where I am if the Premier can be able to answer for all 11 departments. And so surely, if you can't be penalty alapha, and thank you very much. But clearly, it's not a very good reflection. We really, I feel embarrassed myself, as you are saying, even if they get into that level of 7. I might be clueless about exactly questions. I can't even attempt to them, but I will surely make follow-up on that. But the rule of protecting the ngayazi is a pulamted or sappulamted.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you very much, Honorable Premier. That is the commitment to accountability. And we'll further say, the Director General, in your senior management meetings, please emphasize this point and escalate it to your agenda as well. Because we take these senior officials very seriously. They are giving support to these executive leaders that are in front of us. That is taking care of the question time, honored members. Honored members, may I make a ruling on the issue of Honorable Banga right now? And Honorable Banga, I've been advised that the matter raised by yourself, Honorable Banga, before the House was the subject of the discussion before SCOPA this morning. And SCOPA is yet to formally consider and table a report. As such, honored member, falls foul of Rule 73, subsection 8, which provides that a member anticipates a report of a committee if a member criticizes, debates, or discusses it during a debate or other proceedings of the House before its presentation. What makes matters worse in this case is that the MPLs in that meeting were requested to keep the report confidential, so bringing it here is tantamount to abuse of parliamentary privilege, and clause 3.1 of Ethical Code states that, and I quote, "The purpose of the code is to create public trust and confidence in public representatives. Also to protect the integrity of the legislature." I therefore rule it out of order, and I hand down the ruling. Thank you very much. Honourable members, we are now going to move. Let me just, before I invite the Secretary to read the first order of the day, that honourable members just be reminded of the decision taken by the multi-party whips committee in that one. Each chairperson has been allocated 15 minutes to table their reports, and a member of the executive council each have got 10 minutes to respond to the debate. The time allocated for question of clarity to the committee and or member of the Executive Council is 5 minutes each. I will now request the Secretary to read the first order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 6, Education Appropriation Bill 2023.
I will now invite Honorable Mkhaha. Oh, why is it written Mkhaha here? Honorable Saziwa, I don't know what is happening.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, all members.
Chairperson, I will request the committee to occupy the chamber, and also when members are to debate, honorable members, when members are to debate on my left hand as I'm sitting here, the chair is reserved for them so that we can move pretty quickly today. Over to you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Saziwa, 15 minutes is starting
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Afternoon to our Premier and members of the Executive Council, all members of the August House, officials of the legislature, and people in the gallery. Just 2 observations that I would like to make before I table the report. This morning, our committee had a meeting wherein we were getting a report from the department on the implementation of House resolutions emanating from January school visits. We impressed upon the officials to be present here, because yesterday one of the members of the legislature asked a question from Honorable Kupane about the absence of the HOD. Today, Honorable MEC Gade, your officials are not here. And I did advise them to be here. It's one finding that we are also making here. The second one, Deputy Speaker, is that we respect the decision by WIPARI of allocating 15 minutes for all chairpersons to present their reports. At an appropriate time, we'll advise that those minutes need to be increased, because we don't want to present half-cooked reports, because that will be tantamount to malicious compliance. Because of the length of the report, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we also acknowledge some grammatical mistakes that might have been here, because English is not our mother tongue. So we might have committed some mistakes in how the report has been crafted. As such, we will be presenting some of the findings verbatim. Others will be just be taken as having been presented so that we can make time. We're dealing with a department whose budget is 41.1 billion rands, which is the biggest slice of the provincial budget. That budget is spread over 7 programs. I therefore table the findings. We are noting that in program 1, there's been a nominal increase on the budget of this program. Recurring accruals from the past negatively affect the current budget of the department due to poor planning. Out of 139,823 learners that deserve to be transported, only 103,000 learners will be transported in the current financial year, leaving 36,823 qualified learners who could not benefit out of this. The targets set for connectivity and broadband are still very low, and this remains a challenge. Lack of physical security in schools remains a challenge facing them. The district directors are unable to support schools due to austerity measures, and this resulted to non-submission of reports. There are human resource shortages due to posts of retired and resigned employees not being filled. There's lack of tools of trade due to non-availability of funds. The post for a dedicated cybersecurity specialist has not yet been filled. There are senior management posts that are vacant and are not funded in this current financial year. Out of 1,794 office-based posts not being filled, 638 posts will be filled in the current financial year. There's still no formal exit qualification for learners within the skills pilot of technical occupational curriculum program nationally. There are schools with no libraries in the province. The Department's litigation register is littered with a plethora of actions instituted against the department. The register has more than 400 claims instituted against the department. Poor management of various resources by the department, be they human and financial, is observable and is happening with impunity. Some schools do not get timers and necessary communication on issues that impact the school community, thus leading to conflict and tensions. We hereby therefore table recommendations. We also hereby table findings for Program 2, whose budget is 32.4 billion rands. We'll just focus on the recommendations for Program 2. The department must ensure that quality assurance is done before documents are submitted to the committee. The department must ensure that all vacant funded teaching posts are filled in this financial year to ensure that there is a teacher in front of every learner. The department must retrain and redirect educators through the human resource development and post them where they are mostly needed. We're talking about those that are additionally to their post establishments in different schools. The committee commends the funding model that is in line with the national norms and standards and must be sustained, because in the past financial year, the department had a flat rate, never complied with these norms and standards for funding of schools. The department must continuously provide teacher development in order to capacitate educators, because curriculum continues to change. The department must continuously provide The department must budget accordingly to ensure that service delivery is not compromised. The department must ensure that all schools are provided with libraries. In the meantime, schools must be provided with mobile libraries. The department must ensure that all public schools enjoy equal benefit of sport and cultural activities, and must ensure that adequate funds are allocated so that learners are encouraged to be active in sport and other cultural activities. The department working provincial treasury must consider budgeting for alternative sources of power to mitigate against the effects of load shedding at public and special schools. The department must ensure that 90% of teachers are able to produce minimum set of management documents at a required standard. The department must ensure that all schools that are in need of furniture are provided as such within this financial year. The department must provide committee with a plan aiming at reducing criminal acts in schools and the protection of learners as well as educators. The department must ensure that equal opportunity of employment is afforded to all suitable qualified graduates. Progress report must be provided to the committee on how it will implement this recommendation. The department must ensure that every learner has a textbook for every subject. In its budget planning for the 2023 adjustment budget, the department must ensure that textbooks are procured for every learner and for all the subjects. Furthermore, the department must review the 5-year life cycle of a textbook to cater for possible changes and developments in the subject. The department must properly ensure that skills training offering schools are fully supported in all respects. We hereby table findings and recommendations for Program 3. Program 4, findings. The decrease in the allocation of goods and services will impact negatively on the provision of service delivery, like provisioning of specialized learner support material and assistive devices. There are 75 vacant posts for specialists, therapists in special schools. Teachers employed in special schools lack capacity to realize the inclusive education mandate in terms of White Paper 6. There's lack of capacity in the department to assess learners with special needs. Learners remain on the waiting list for a long period of time without being placed in special schools. Out of 741 learners, 164 has been placed and 544 still waiting to be placed. There is no exit strategy for learners within this pilot of technical occupational curriculum program nationally. We are repeating this one. The department did not pay the drivers overtime who transport learners, resulting in learners arriving late at schools. We hereby table findings and recommendations for Program 5. Program 6, findings. The overall budget of this program has decreased by a significant 11% despite a severe or huge backlogs of infrastructure. There's a recurring historical matter of overcrowded classrooms due to shortage of classrooms. There's inadequate water provisioning and sanitation provision in most of the rural schools in the province. The rampant theft and vandalism of schools, assets, properties had been perceived as a crisis due to lack of physical securities. There's a significant under-expenditure in the program leading to termination of projects by service providers, because if they're not paid, they pull out of their sites. The infrastructure unit is not well structured to meet the demands of this unit, and this has resulted in projects not being monitored. The inadequate supply of human resources to administer infrastructure delivery system, inadequate water provisioning and sanitation provisioning, respectively, have long been perceived as a crisis in the process. There are millions lost due to payment of interest on suspension and termination of projects due to non-payment of contractors. The amount of money spent on consultants and implementing agents is very exorbitant. There's infrastructure budget spent on non-infrastructure items due to lack of planning. The department has been promising about temporal classrooms which have not been delivered. On Safer Schools program, not all schools will be provided with proper fencing. Lastly, there's no plan to finalize all blocked projects. We hereby table recommendations for Program 6. Program 7, there's still a challenge of mathematics, Sesotho, Afrikaans, and physical science teachers who lack adequate content and pedagogical knowledge. The department has set a target of 80% matric pass rate during this financial year. There's the unreliable connectivity that hinders productivity in districts and head office. The department is still faced with inability to supply the required number of teachers in critical subjects and niche areas. There's a limited supply of machinery, equipment, and consumables for technical, vocational, and technical occupational schools. There's inadequate supply of resources for teaching and learning of the practical component of physical science due to high costs involved. There's inadequate supply of resources like necessary equipment, farm workers, farm managers, and human resources in agricultural schools. There's a biased focus on former model schools that are serving as marking centers, leaving behind the historically black disadvantaged schools. The departmental recruitment strategy for markers is favoring markers who are already in the system to the exclusion of the new entrants, particularly previously disadvantaged groups. On nautical sciences, there's not a single educator as an examiner and as a marker. On general findings, because we've tabled
1 minute.
Thank you. We tabled general findings, which are composed mostly of the repetitive findings. Lastly, we'd like to thank the MEC and his team, because he was almost present in all our meetings, for their support and the important information they were able to share with us. Also want to thank our staff who assisted us in drafting this report and all members of this committee. This report has been recommended by all members of the committee. Therefore, I expect all members will be debating here to defend their own report, not to speak against it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Are there questions by the committee from the honorable members? Honorable Anil Kumar Pillay, Honorable Banga, in that order. And the last will be Honorable Malamlela.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Page 181, that is Program 7, Examinations and Related Service. See, there is unreliable connectivity that hinders the districts and head office. The finding is correct that there is connectivity is not improved in that office. But if you look at the recommendation is saying that the department must work in collaboration with the office of the Premier and local municipalities. Here we are talking about examination-centered district offices and head office. That is the primary responsibility of the organization. It cannot be the OTP, or it can be in collaboration with the municipality, but it cannot be the primary responsibility. I think that needs to be looked. On general findings, the last one, there is a lack of physical securities in schools and special schools, which leads to the vandalism, which is correct. That's a correct finding. But if you go to the recommendation is saying the department must provide the committee with a plan of aiming, reducing criminal act. Why, I need a clarity, why are you using a soft glove there? Because the finding is talking, there is lack of physical security. So the recommendation must talk that there should be physical security and related other security measures. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Banga.
Yeah, Honorable Pillay, I think we think alike. Recommendation here. Sorry, Program 1. Under you're raising an issue of austerity measures that district directors are faced with, and I know that in our school visits, one of the things we have identified is that the reason why the Department of Education have returned close to 200 million in the last budget, to 250 million, I think the Speaker was there, 250 million, is that everything is centralized at a provincial level. That even maintaining a globe, it should be the provincial government that does that. The power to district directors does not exist. Therefore, their intervention in terms of security does not assist. But your recommendation, Chairperson, is only not speaking, it's speaking only on the safety plan, because it does not resolve the problem, because the problem is not there. The problem is where the power is located. And why, as a committee, you are not recommending that the department must decentralize responsibility of some of these functions that need districts not to be able to operate. Thank you very much.
Honorable Malamlela.
Thank you very much, Deputy. Deputy Speaker, my colleagues are taking me here. Mine is on page 168, Deputy Speaker. And I like that recommendation on B. I will also be speaking on it tomorrow. The Department of Education and Transport must urgently meet to ensure that provision is made for the transportation of outstanding learners. Now, I want to check from the committee whether they have not forgotten that the third department in that meeting must be treasury. Is it deliberate that we have left out treasury? I will come back for the MEC later on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable Chair of the committee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I knew that you were going to come for us. We are ready. The reason why we are saying for the matter of schools not being connected must be a matter handled by the Office of the Premier, because the issue of broadband is within that department. That's just a stiff jab. The issue of the outstanding learners who are not transported through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Lamlela, is that first we must find congruence between ourselves, education and transport. Thereafter, rope in the relevant department, which is Treasury. Because remember, currently the budget lies with the Department of Transport. We welcome the additions in strengthening our recommendations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any further response from the committee members? Thank you very much. Honourable members, are there questions directed to the Honourable MEC? Honourable Banga 1. You are the only one, Honourable.
Yeah. Chairperson. Chairperson.
Order, Honourable members.
Chairperson, this is very painful because we forget so quickly that MEC, the Democratic Alliance here, in December we did not approve the budget. The reason why we said we do not approve the budget is because we saw the shortage in terms of transportation of children. That's what we raised. We said, no, but I'm asking a question.
Yes.
In transporting these kids. And today, we have 36,000 of the kids that from January until today, we are saying they have not been transported. And the question is, to these 36,000 kids that have been, I assume, on the street, what was happening to them about their schooling? To them, these kids are important. To those who make noise, they do not understand when kids are excluded. I was the leader of COSAS once, and we fought for access to education. And what have you done to make sure that these kids get education? Because we warned you.
Thank you. Honourable MEC?
No, thanks. Thanks, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Honourable MEC, because I asked questions to MEC, only one hand I recognize. Okay, you could just take a chair so that I take the second question, so that you just include them. Honourable Malamlela? Sorry for that, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy
Can you switch
Speaker.
off, Honourable Banga?
Oh, sorry.
It's a pity the question I'm having has been asked by Honourable Bang. I think it's a bad coincidence. But I will phrase it in another way. It's on the findings on page 167 on B, related to what I asked you on from the committee, Honourable Deputy Speaker, that out of 139, 823 learners, that deserve to be transported, only 103 learners will be transported in the current financial year. And 36,823 qualified learners will not be transported due to lack of funds. For me, that is a crisis, MEC. But I would just like to hear your thinking around this problem in order for us to find a solution to these destitute learners. Thank you very much. Deputy
Thank you very
Speaker.
much. Honorable Mphathiswa.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think this is one question, but in a different form. The issue here, Deputy Speaker, is not about the figures. One is about the verification of the learners that must be transported first. Two is about the access to institutions of learning, which is a critical debate that Honorable Malamlela is raising, which I agree with him. But the third part of it is the question of the state capacity to unleash any policy adopted position, which must be alive to. Yes, of course, the Department of Transport is the one that deals with the issue of budget allocations and budget management and all that stuff. But I think the recommendation is the one that can take us out of that crisis, in my view, because we have got a pending meeting with the Ministry of Transport. Because you'll remember, sometime last year, there was a nasty debate between transport and education, whether the systems themselves are congruent enough in terms of the SASAMs on us, they use another system which was not balancing up. I remember at that time, Deputy Speaker, we were around 89,000 learners that we have given to transport and expected to fill up the 103 at that time, which was not balancing up at that time. So I'm saying probably let's commit that we are going to meet with the Minister of Transport and try to sort out any systemic problems that relates to that. But of course, already I can assure you, Deputy Speaker, the MEC for Transport is quite constrained on the matter. I'm not talking on his behalf. But I know that from September onwards, he's not going to be able to transport even the ones that are there. Even the ones that are there already, because of the shortage of the money that is there. Because remember, they borrowed 300 million facility last year, which is about to be exhausted now. So it's a complexity of issues that probably needs also that leg of provincial treasury, which the other member was talking about. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. It's quite scary. Honorable members, let's go straight to the debate now. Sizawucela ke abantu abakwigalari kwakhona basibukele kuzawuqala ingxoxo mpikiswano yemibutho ethunyelwe apha eParliament. Ndiqonda kube imincili iba mide. Kodwa ke sikhumbuze nje into kokuba xa ulapho phezulu kubukela nje ungathathi inxaxheba ngokwalomzuzu. May I invite the Democratic Alliance Honorable Kasim. Honorable Kasim, you've got 12 minutes to debate.
Yeah, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I'm sure if MEC Gade played rugby, it'd be a fly-off because he likes to kick for touch instead of dealing with the issues that are facing our learners at our schools. Honorable Deputy Speaker, 45% of our provincial budget is spent on education, and yet our children are still, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, to the MEC, subjected to the most unequal education system in the world. This government has failed to redress the legacy of Bantu education, and nearly 3 decades, 29 years after the democratic dispensation took hold, is committing the most heinous crime of stealing the futures of innocent children. We've just spoken about it, those children that are being left behind. In MEC Gade's budget speech, he stated that the performance of South African learners in international standardized tests should be comparable to the performance of learners from countries at a similar level of development. And in fairness to our very own failing MEC, let us do exactly that. Brazil has roughly the same GDP as South Africa at around $7,000 per capita. The average testing score in Brazil was 419 points in 2021, as compared to 288 points in South Africa. The average grade 4 child in South Africa is 3 years and 4 months behind the average grade 4 in Brazil. Only 19% of our kids could read at a basic level, as compared to 61% of Brazilian kids. These tragic outcomes have been further laid bare in the latest Pearls report, which revealed that a staggering 81% of grade 4 learners are unable to read for meaning. It also revealed that grade 6 learners in the Eastern Cape, in our province, were the worst performing of all provinces. The MEC will no doubt stand before this House and ignore the fact that his department is producing an illiterate generation. Instead, he will trumpet the matric pass rate increases as a measure of progress. He's done this in every single debate. But all the matric pass rate measures is how many of those who wrote the exam passed it. Governments who fail to do the basics and fail to teach our children to read do something that can only be described as evil. They cull poor performing learners from the system, so that all the poor performers, the ones who need the most help and care, never make it to a matric examination, and therefore the matric pass rate gets artificially inflated, and the shameless politicians celebrate. The class of 2022 in the Eastern Cape is an example of this. When they first entered grade 1, there were 206,093 of them. By the time they hit grade 10, 64,510 children had already dropped out, and only 141,583 learners remained. Of this cohort, only 94,993 learners actually wrote the matric examination last year, of which 73,386 passed. In what world do we celebrate over 100,000 learners, 111,100 learners, more than 50% of those that entered grade 1, never making it to write a matric examination? And then we celebrate that 35% of the learners, 35% that started grade 1 in our province, ended up passing the matric examination. Nearly 3 decades of ANC rule, and all the once mighty ANC can do is distract from the fact that it has failed to ensure that children born under its government can get to school, attend a school with decent infrastructure, have a textbook for every subject, a teacher in their classroom, the basics necessary to give them a shot at a better future than their parents. 36,823 learners who qualify for learner transport don't get it. They are left behind and forced to drop out of the system. Our province last ordered a full complement of textbooks in 2016. These had a 5-year lifespan, and schools were only given dwindling allocations to order top-ups in the interim period. A full complement of these textbooks should have been ordered in 2021 at a cost of an estimated 2.5 billion rand at the time. And yet, this isn't budgeted for, not in this budget, and not in the following 2 years in the MTF either. Last year, this department was instructed by the Makanda High Court to ensure that every learner at every public high school in our province, or at every public school in our province, is provided with a full complement of textbooks. They have not even included this in their targets to track, let alone their budgets. And this is what this department does. They do target stripping. They used to have a target that measured the percentage of learners provided with the required textbooks in all grades, in all subjects. It's no longer in their APPs. They have since changed this target to only measure access to English and mathematics textbooks for grade 3, 6, 9, and 12 learners. On the score of putting teachers in classrooms, the headcount teaching posts provisioned in this budget is less than what it was last year and isn't sufficient to put a teacher in every class. Of the fewer provisioned posts, the department only targets to fill fulfill 80% of these in their APP, with close to 2,000 teaching posts currently unfilled. Decent school infrastructure remains out of reach, and in March, the tragic death of 4-year-old Langlam Vicky at the bottom of a pit toilet in Glen Grey brought into focus the evil of this useless, uncaring government. As a father, Honorable Deputy Speaker, the thought of my 4-year-old daughter, Sarah, drowning in feces at the bottom of a pit latrine is just too horrific to fathom. In a province which has returned 305 million rand of infrastructure grant funding over the last 2 years for failing to spend it, the MEC should have fell on his sword if he had any shame. Of course, this is the same MEC that previously accused the family of 5-year-old Lumka Mketwa of killing their own child and dumping her body in a pit latrine to claim compensation from government. This is really shameless. 2,058 schools in our province have inadequate sanitation, 1,115 of which have pit latrines. And in the last financial year, the Eastern Cape Department only provided sanitation to 30 of these schools. The target for the current year, as per the targets of the use of the EIG, is only 50 schools that's going to be done by our province. This department only relies on national department to try and get infrastructure done. It cannot do it successfully itself. And at this rate, it will take over 43 years to make these tragic deaths a thing of the past. At the very least, Honorable Deputy Speaker, safe seats for pit toilets appropriate for small children to use safely should be provided so that children do not fall into these pit latrines, because it's not designed for the stature of a small child, but there are no plans to do so. Instead of schools being beacons of learning and hope, they have become death traps. Over 1,000 asbestos schools remain a threat to both learners and teachers without any progress made to eradicate them. That asbestos, I've visited some of these schools, has already been cracking, which means those children and learners are going to have long-term breathing difficulty and ultimately will die because of the inaction of this department. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the DA believes in creating equal opportunities for every child, irrespective of the circumstances of their birth. This is why we run clean and effective governments and focus on helping learners who struggle rather than culling them. The Western Cape has the lowest school dropout rate in the country. Whilst our department has dispensed of measures or targets like measuring learner and teacher absenteeism rates, is no longer a target for this department. Number of teachers who have written the self-diagnostic assessments, no longer a target of this department. Percentage of teachers meeting required content knowledge after support. They failed this target when it was a target every single year, no longer a target of this department. And the percentage of learners who complete the entire curriculum in each year, no longer a target of this department. Whilst this department is stripping targets, the Western Cape has passed provincial legislation which makes way for the assessment of teaching and learning in the classroom. So we assess the quality of teaching and learning and school functioning as a whole, with these assessments published for parents and communities to see. They have also created an independent schools evaluations authority tasked with supporting school improvement by identifying factors that matter most for quality education, particularly learning, leadership, governance, and safety, with reports which are published online. Their markers are also tested to ensure that they can pass the examinations that they are expected to mark. Whilst it is typical for our department to pay education assistants late, our GAs and EAs were paid months and months late at the time, and to pay the tranches of school nutrition funds late, which left our children hungry for weeks on end, the Western Cape DA government runs like clockwork. Whilst our district offices are forever offline without electricity, schools and offices in the Western Cape are being fitted with energy-efficient LED lights and solar PV systems. David Livingstone's replacement school in the northern areas of Gqeberha remains unfinished 8 years later. I mean, there's many examples of this. Whilst in the Western Cape, they built a school, it's called Saxon Sea School, with a rapid school build program in just 65 days. This, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is the DA difference. The DA is the party of good governance, which enables dreams. The ANC is the party of broken dreams. Let's use the skills pilot program as an example. In my constituency, Honorable MEC, through you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in the northern areas, 6 schools were selected for a skills pilot, and this is where the dreams of those learners and those kids have gone to die. The first cohort of those learners completed their year 4, which is the final year of the skills program last year. They have left without any employable or usable skill, nor any certificate. In fact, the Western Cape is the only province in the country that produces a skills certificate for the skills program. I personally visited the Mitchell's Plain School of Skills and witnessed how learners who exited their skills program exited with a skills certificate which gained them employment to employers like Land Rover and BMW. They are currently employed there. I was inspired by the fact that the dreams of our people are indeed valid under a DA government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, our people are catching up with the ANC. And that is why the polling shows that the ANC is polling as low as 40%, which means if elections were to be held tomorrow, and the internal ANC polling is showing the same, our people have woken up to the fact that this is not the ANC of old. This is the ANC of broken dreams, and we cannot support a budget of broken dreams. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kasim. I will now invite EFF, Honorable Zibula. Honorable members, there are 2 chairs left and right here. They are green in color. Members that are to debate are allowed to come and sit in front in order to manage time. Over to you, Honorable Member. You've got 8 minutes.
Enkosi, Deputy Speaker. Greetings, Honorable Deputy Speaker, greetings, commissars, fighters, greetings to all the members of this House and the people of the Eastern Cape at large. Honorable Deputy Speaker, it's draining to say the least that we come at this stage to debate and approve a budget to the value of 41,128,250,000. And yet you are dealing with major scandals and serious long-standing challenges, and those challenges will not be attended to. In 2001, in 2021 to 2022, we had a challenge of the education assistants that were not paid for many months, and the department was at pain explaining to the people of the province. There were times when the department overpaid money of the education assistants to schools, and other deserving schools were short paid. The department promised to take disciplinary actions against the staff that caused this challenge, and nothing has come out of that. In 2022, this department was on media again with non-delivery of school stationery and textbooks. Schools were forced to start 2022 academic year with stationery, and some schools had to request parents to buy stationery. Up to today, the people of the Eastern Cape are not sure that the repetition of that incident will never happen again. Just recently, the learners of Excelsior Comprehensive Schools in North Crest Mthatha held a protest march demanding textbooks and desks. We will soon have a provincial protest on the shortage of these important LTSMs, especially in the schools in Kwandal 1 to 3. Even in this instance of non-delivery of stationery and textbooks by the department to schools, the department promised to take disciplinary actions against the staff who dropped the ball. Nothing was done. This year, we started with the disappointing news that the department has forfeited more than 200 million that was allocated to infrastructure. Eastern Cape Department of Education did not use this money that they were given to use on infrastructure, even though the province has a long-standing challenges of mud schools, challenge of inadequate water and sanitation, challenge of pit toilets that are death trap to young kids, the challenge of fencing, the challenge of shortage of classrooms, the dilapidated school infrastructure. This thing of money being returned by the Eastern Cape Department to national has been a trend in the Eastern Cape over the years, and nothing that has been promised by the department over these years seem to work. Even the intervention by the Eastern Cape Premier Oscar Mabuyane is going to yield any positive results, as this challenge is a norm under his administration. It is a trend that is a bit fashionable to follow by all departments. You must request more funding and underspend. Even in this year's budget, the trend will be followed, and we will be told some interventions planned by the Premier, and nothing will come out of it, as he has come up to outline the intervention plan that he outlined in this legislature. Also this year, the Department of Education was on news negatively for failing to provide schools with nutrition funding allocation in April this year. The most worrying thing is that the department has got adequate, qualified human resources that should have avoided this mishap to happen. It is unnecessary that the administrative glitch that could have been avoided resulted on learners not getting the most important meal that they get at schools, considering that most learners are coming from families with poor backgrounds. Key fundamental questions that need to be asked about this budget. Will this budget eradicate mud infrastructure structures which the government has been saying over the years that they will eradicate? Will this budget ensure that the shortage of classrooms is a thing of the past and that there will be no learner that will be taught under the trees and no school will ever take place outside classrooms? Will this budget provide enough quality stationery, textbooks, desks and chairs for learners and teachers? Will this budget eradicate all water and sanitation problem? Will it eradicate pit toilets or toilets that are in a very bad condition that the learners are able to use them? Will this budget rebuild dilapidated schools, renovate and build new schools? Will this budget build hostels, provide fencing to all schools? Will this budget employ all uneducated teachers, whether they are funded by Fuza Luchaka, or self-funding or NSFAS? This budget will be unable to even make a dent on the challenges of the Eastern Cape, of the Department of Education in the Eastern Cape. EFF has a plan to turn around the Department of Education. EFF is ready to lead the Eastern Cape province. As EFF, we don't support this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zebula. I will now invite United Democratic Movement, Honorable Zinti. Honorable Zinti, you've got 4 minutes.
Enkosi Somlomo. The poor management within the department remains the biggest challenge in this department. It is a substantial disgrace or shame to say that over 9 years, the department fails to obtain a clean audit. The general lack of data integrity in the information and quality assurance on the documents sent to the legislature is a total violation of PFMA and Treasury regulations. This is an indication that there are no consequence management to the officials that are implicated in wrongdoings. Kukwazenzele. Adequate budgeting, internal financial control and risk management are the most essential tools to achieve organizational goals. Result focused and the expected results should be in accordance with the service delivery goals to be an innovative hub for quality teaching and learning that produces learners to explore opportunity for lifelong success. Somlomo, kukhona ukungaselwa soke kubafundi abaphila nokukhubazeka. Kubafundi abayi 741, bayi 164 kuphela abathe bangena kwizikolo ezibafaneleyo. Lonto ibonakalisa ukungakhathali kwisebe nakulo rhulumente ophetheyo. Lack of funds for scholar transport poses risk to the lives of poor learners who are in need of the transport. Hence, we all know that siphila kwixesha apho kukho amadoda azizidlwengu kungekho mthetho ungqinqwa kwilizwe esikulo nakweli phondo laseMpuma Koloni kukwavula zibhuqe bayazenzela. Okugqibela Somlomo, lack of physical securities kwizikolo zethu ingakumbi kwizikolo ezikwi-former Transkei zibeka emngciphekweni ubomi betitshala netitshalakazi kwakunye nabafundi abakwezo zikolo. Urhulumente ke waliphondo leMpuma Koloni kuyabonakala uba ubomi babasebenzi kwakunye nabafundi ababuselanga so ngokokude babibeke emngciphekweni wokuba izigebenga nezaphula mthetho zingene zizenzele kwizikolo zikarhulumente. Singumbutho we-UDM asiyisapoti le budget. Enkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Zinti. Honorable Berger from Freedom Front Plus. Honorable Member, I've got 3 minutes to debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. All House protocols observed.
Order.
Honorable Deputy Speaker, we will regard this as my maiden speech. So
Oh.
please cut me some slack if necessary.
Honorable Berger, just before you continue, Honorable Member, this is the maiden speech by the Honorable Member. In terms of the rules of this House, you are not even supposed to be disturbed by anything. Just speak directly to the mic and you proceed. Order, Honorable Members.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. It is with a great deal of reluctance that I'm going to point to the emblem behind you. Please, I'm not pointing at you. In the center of the Eastern Cape
Order.
Legislature emblem, we'll find the words, "A People's Assembly for Good Governance." A People's Assembly for Good Governance. May I dare to remind us all that that is why we are here. I do see some good governance in some of the committee members that serve with me on the Education Committee, and I honor them for that. Honorable Deputy Speaker, I need to state that the Freedom Front Plus does not support the Bella Bill, and we do so for the following reasons. We do not accept the concept where the school governing bodies are stripped of their powers. SGBs represent the community on the ground. The Freedom Front Plus policy is that the education should be in the hands of the community. They need to have the power to decide over basic things. Furthermore, we cannot concede that the department, HOD, minister, or whosoever intervenes in the life of a pregnant scholar, sometimes as young as 10 years old, without the knowledge or consent of that learner's parents. The last point that I want to raise with regards to the Bella Bill is the issue of gender. In no uncertain terms, I am stating that it is not the role of the department or any representative of the department to inform a pupil in the foundation phase of its gender. Honorable Deputy Speaker, before I conclude with a story, just a serious request
1
to the
minute
department.
remaining.
Please lessen the load of admin work on teachers. They spend too much time doing admin and too little time teaching. Honorable Deputy Speaker, last Saturday I loaded out to the last 2 remaining truckloads of plants from my nursery that I sold. As it goes, I started conversation with the people that I obtained to help load the plants today. One of them told me that he's working as often as possible 2 shifts so he can send money home to his family in Zimbabwe. He told me that he needs to convert his hard-earned South African rands to US dollars to be able to do so. So I asked him, why not let your family come stay here? His answer was mind-blowing. Without hesitation, he said, no way I will let my child attend a school in this country. And that saddens me deeply. Thank you, Honorable Deputy
Thank you
Speaker.
very much, Honorable Member. Thank you very much. That was a maiden speech, Honorable Members. Please, we must adhere to our rules. I will now invite the African National Congress, Honorable Maqubela. Honorable Maqubela, you've got 18 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier in absentia, the members of the Executive Council, Honorable Chairperson of Committees, Honorable Chief Whip and Deputy Chief Whip of the Majority Party, the ANC, Honorable members of this august House, legislature officials led by the Secretary, DG and HODs, departmental officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to extend my greetings as we mark As we commemorate the 47th anniversary of the heroic event of Student of 1976, who fundamentally altered the root of our struggle against apartheid regime, they stood up and became the spark that ignited the fire of our revolution. And we owe a lot of gratitude to their selfless actions. Not abake, Honorable Speaker, baphuphayo bazokhokhela elilizwe. Ngakumbi phondo elaseMpuma Kapa, ANC yawuhlala ilikhokhela. Our good deeds in transforming this country towards true liberation must serve as honor for those heroes, and many others who were willing to lay down their lives for the cause of freedom. Honorable Deputy Speaker, the Freedom Charter emphasizes the unrestricted and compulsory education irrespective of race, ethnic group, color, or status. The commitment to the realization of this goal reflects in the progressive investment that the ruling party has made in education over time. Asuzu sokolisa ke ngaba bangaboniyo bebona phofu. There is no doubt, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that political equality is a colossal achievement considering the grief, discrimination and oppression, unpleasant experience the apartheid dispensation in South Africa that characterized during the apartheid regime. The 1976 youth uprising that we pay homage to those who lost their lives for an enhancement and inclusive education stood their ground against the imposition of Afrikaans as the medium language of instruction. Among additional grievances was the issue of overcrowded classrooms, as congestions negatively affected the quality of education. Siyabeva ke xa beyenza ingathi ngoku into eqala namhlanje. The universal access to education has vastly improved since the dawn of democracy, and the quality being delivered is still work in progress. And a lot of improvement has been registered. I-Roma ke zange yokhuwa ngosuku olunye. While the necessary laws and policies are in place to ensure fit for purpose education, this stubborn apartheid legacy of unequal opportunity persists, and we must tirelessly work to dismantle it. With the allocated budget, the ANC-led government is still on a mission to bridge the gap between schools for the privileged and for the have-nots. Good quality of education must be a living experience of every child. We are deeply concerned about the number of young people falling into the trap of substance abuse, and this has become pervasive in some of our schools. This calls for collective action among all spheres of government, as well as our society. Another challenge is a peer bullying, which has sometimes resulted in learners falling into depression or taking their own lives. Honorable Deputy Speaker, another great challenge that confronts and which we need to continue fighting is one of teenage pregnancy, especially among children who are of school-going age. Ndiye ndonwaba ke, Honorable Deputy Speaker, xa bendibona statistics ze teenage pregnancy kuvela i-KZN and others, i-Eastern Cape noko asikho pha phezulu. Into ethetha ukuthi the collaboration esinayo with the Department of Social Development iyasincedisa kakhulu. In this youth month, we must recommit ourselves, capping this sketch, and to invite all sectors of society to join in educating young people about the risk associated with engaging in sex at an early age. We must be steadfast in exposing and reporting adults who have sexual relations with young girls. We shall not rest until our schools are centers of excellence, are institutions of hope and inspiration, in line with what the 1976 generation aspired for themselves and for future generations. We believe that this budget helps for the department to pay particular focus to the issues raised above. The 29.7% increase in the infrastructure program is highly commendable. This will definitely address the backlog that we have on infrastructure development. A lot in this regard has been delivered, but much emphasis has to be put in addressing water and sanitation issues, especially ablution facilities, and particularly in schools situated in rural areas. While the government continues to deliver these services, we equally call upon our communities to protect and safeguard these schools against acts of vandalism and theft. The absence or limited access to early childhood development centers could lead to serious long-term consequences in the well-being and academic ability of a learner. Early and appropriate provisioning and intervention make it possible for children to grow and develop to their full potential, lower repetition of grades and dropout rates. At the same time, reducing the need for costly remedial intervention to address developmental delay and social problems later in life. We therefore commend the budget aiming at addressing the challenge. The apartheid architect, Hendrik Verwoerd, maybe Sebem Libele, once said in his derogatory statement, and I quote, "What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use it in practice?" Close quote. This was, of course, part of the warfare to subjugate black and to legitimize inferior services designed for subhumans, which black people were treated as over the years. The ANC has worked to undo the damage of Bantu education and has accordingly budgeted a bigger slice towards education and rest skills areas in particular. We are happy that this is beginning to bear some fruits, as there is much improvement recorded by our learners in these regards. More teachers have been trained in mathematics, science, and languages, including the sign language. Recognizing the historically diminished use and status of indigenous languages for our people, the budget allocated must take practical and positive measures to change the status quo and advance the use of these languages. It is still a serious concern that these languages have not acquired the legitimate roles as effective mediums of instructions and vehicles for expressing cultural identity, except for the Eastern Cape in some piloted schools. Asuzuya e-Western Cape ke sibuyele kwi-Afrikaans, sizawuhlala lapha e-Eastern Cape sifundisa abantwana bethu their own indigenous languages. Let the department expand its efforts regarding that. The ANC government continues with its commitment as outlined in the Freedom Charter. The doors of learning and culture shall be open. The ANC government has invested over 600 million to transport 1,003 learners to and from our public schools. We are quite mindful that not all deserving learners are currently benefiting from the program. As such, the Department of Transport, Education, and Provincial Treasury should put it upon themselves that the program is implemented effectively to achieve its intended purposes, as we know that the ANC is the caring government. Honorable Deputy Speaker, In transforming education with an intention to address the matters on the ground, we need to focus on labor-intensive sector for the generation of new jobs and further sustain the existing jobs through agriculture. The Eastern Cape should be a runaway leader in agriculture with the potential that it has. Our education system, therefore, must respond accordingly to produce a cohort of young people that can help develop the sector of economic development, which can create sustainable livelihoods and to combat poverty. Linking education to the emerging skills requirement for provincial high-growth sectors like agriculture can assist in meeting provincial economic development. In breaking the shackles of poverty, the ANC-led government is currently providing meals to 1,628,811 learners in quintiles 1 and 3. Public ordinary schools and targeted special schools and created more than 50,000 job opportunities to National School Nutrition Program, monitors, data capturers, meal servers, and food handlers. The ruling party, Honorable Deputy Speaker, is proud of this program as it addresses food and nutritional insecurity due to the high levels of poverty. The caring ANC government supports the budget of over 41 billion for 2023-2024 financial year. I thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makubela. I will now invite umphathiswa wesebe lezemfundo ohloniphekileyo umphathiswa uGade. Imizuzu, Honorable Member, ilishumi uqhobosha le ngxoxo.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon to you. Good afternoon to the Premier, the executive members, and honorable members, DG, HODs, the people from the gallery. Deputy Speaker, it's Tanzania, Kenya, and South Africa in the continent that participate in PILS. So if you talk about the internationalization, standardization of the education sector in the global village, it's only those 3 nations that participate in PILS. And your comparative study, therefore, should be aligned to the structure and the texture of those education systems of those 3 countries. The rest is not there. 2, South Africa compete in teams, which is the continental assessment body of education system in the continent. And again, South Africa is at the 3rd position in terms of the ratings in the African continent from the 2 that I've just listened out. Then, before it was Zimbabwe, before it collapsed its own economy then, in terms of position 1, in terms of the skills education system in that particular country. So I just wanted to reflect on that, Chair, so that we don't compare apples with oranges. Secondly, Chair, the Deputy Presidency in this country has commissioned a research which the UCT has actually given to the Human Resource Development Council about a couple of weeks back, which indicates the performance of maths and science in the country. What is transpiring in that report commissioned by the former Vice Chancellor of UCT
is that the entire nation is at 58% performance rate in maths and science. From the production center, which is the lecture room, not the student and the learners that we're talking about. And I'm therefore saying again, Chair, the Department of Basic Education has actually given a rise to the plan that has been put in place, because that then talks to whether are we capable of then producing maths and science in the classroom as a theater of skills, knowledge, production, with the kind of the human resource and personnel that I'm talking about. So, bendizama responda ke klendo ye maths and science teacher shortages, that beyond just them not there, there is a risk of even those that are there not being able to reach and pitch up to the level that is required in terms of the national standards that are already indicated, Deputy Speaker. The Department of Education is tasked with the enormous responsibility to deliver the Sustainable Development Goal number 4. I won't waste time in explaining what is the content of that, but at times there is a temptation of wanting to make the department something that it is not. And at the risk of this noble goal, which talks to the quality of education and the promotion of learning of opportunities that must be presented via the sector that we are leading. We have since realized, Deputy Speaker, that the partnership is a crucial matter now that gives opportunities for us to be able to unleash the development that is required of us as a sector in the current space that we have. And hence we have a number of formations that we are partnering with in the province, so as to ensure that we change the outlook of the provincial education system that we are. The Clicks Foundation that we were launching the e-learning solution with in Tanzania about a couple of weeks back. The other formations and business people that were sponsoring science labs and other e-learning solutions in JS Kenjana yesterday. The foundations that we are partnering in order to ensure that we become aggressive in the digital and e-learning space as required by pillar number 4 in terms of the 3-streamed model that we have adopted, Honorable Speaker. One issue that I think we must raise here and be able to find answers for it as a collective leadership that is in this House. The fact that, Honorable Premier, we have got winter schools, autumn schools, Saturday schools, afternoon schools, in the DNA of the schooling system in the country, is a reflection that the system is not organic enough. Is a reflection that the system is not organic enough to produce the required throughput that is supposed to be there. So there is a contrast between the policy and legislation environment and the throughput that is expected out of us. And I'm therefore saying, yes, of course, as an immediate task we can do that, but it can't comfort us. Let me make a simple letter. Iskolo that produces results in this country are schools that defies policies. Let me just put it very simpler. Schools that produces results are schools that operate outside of the policy framework of government. Schools that produces, that do not, and sticks to the policies
2 minutes.
are not able to produce those results. And I think it's a task upon this House to look into how best are we able to deal with that fundamental problem that needed to be diagnosed and deal with it, Honorable Speaker. The department has an active and operational employment equity consultative forum that we have just launched after we have engaged and see the glaring shortcomings that comes out of the report of the SPU, Deputy Speaker. We are a bigger department. We have got a huge number of youth people. We have got a huge number of activities that must then give rise to the equity plan of the sector itself. And therefore, we have to create a platform that begins to temper with some of the areas of focus that have been there in the space of the sector itself, Chair. Again, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we wish to register that there is a progress and also plans to increase the number of females in the senior management as of the 31st of March 2023 in the representation of the females in the SMS. For us to be able to meet that target, you need to designate some post. And that's what we have said. Because if you allow them to go just on the process of recruitment as planned, they will never meet the required in terms of the quota system. So hence we have designated the posts that will respond to the problems that are there in relation to the SMS. And again, Chair, would want to register that at least at the level of the
As you conclude, Honourable Member. As you conclude, time is
as we conclude, Deputy Speaker, at level of the middle management services, we are at 58.9%, which means our greatest challenge is between the directors up until the DDGs. From the directors downwards, we are coming okay, but where we just needed to deal with it is a reflection of what happens between the director levels and the DDGs at that particular space. Lastly, Chair, I would want to conclude by saying we commit ourselves in terms of the report that has been presented by the committee.
Thank you.
And we are alive to the realities that have been cited by the report. We have been engaging them even this morning on how tactically we must be able to deal with the deficiency and of the system in terms of arriving to any sustainable throughput that is required by this House, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honourable members, I now put the report. Any objection? Thank you very much. I will ask the Secretary to read the next order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 7, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Appropriation Bill 2023.
Mandicele ohloniphekileyo ubawo ulwane adakance lengxelo egameni lekomiti.
Manbulele, Deputy Speaker. Dibulele kumalungu. Dibulisa Klebe. To the honorable members, the members of the executive led by the Premier, our guests in the gallery, Mandiseke Deputy Speaker isiphakamiso sika Honorable Saziwe kule 15 minutes. Ndiphinde ndibalekile njalo kukho nje isolotya that I would wish before I start this report libe cleared. I'm worried about the assertion by Honorable Kasim, which may give an impression that because in the manner in which he said it, it appeared as an absolute matter, lay a great force that he said they cannot read. And in it he missed one part of it. Ukuthi there is a rider there that says with a meaning. And that is from the PILS study that confirms, of course, the 81% grade 4 learners literacy insofar as reading, that they cannot read with meaning. I think it's important to clear those things, Chair, so that people who follow the debates in this House do not find us wanting that we say statements that cannot be, that cannot stand the time. Deputy Speaker, on the programs that we have on administration.
It's unfortunate, bangumkhulu wami lo, but
can
okay, yeah.
Program 1, if you allow me.
Can you present? Honorable members, can you present the report, Honorable Chairperson of the committee?
Order, Chair, to you, man. Order to you. Order to you.
Just hold on, Honorable One. Your time is saved.
Yeah, rule number 7.
No. Sit down.
Okay.
Yeah. On what rule are you standing?
Honorable Speaker, I go your point.
Honorable members, can we please be orderly? I've given honorable number.
On rule 97, Chair.
Yes.
Chairperson, I'm raising this issue because the law must be equal to everybody else. Because Honorable Luana here is not discussing education, but we are not ruling against what he's doing. Because if it was done by me, that law, please, can you protect me, Chair?
Honorable Panga, can you sit down? Thank you very much. Honorable Luana, can you present the report?
Honorable members, I shall stick to the findings of the committee as well as the recommendations. Given the time constraints, on program 1, the following findings. Finding A is that out of the total budget of $1 billion plus in the department, 86% of it goes to compensation of employees, inclusive of traditional leaders. The second finding is that there are some wards that do not have CDWs, and therefore 54 positions of CDWs are currently vacant in the province. The third one is that the department has received high number of applications for early retirement as well as PILI cases. There are 75 funded vacant posts in the department, and some of these are critical positions like the CFO. And the last one being the licensing of Microsoft that has been centralized to the OTP, and as such the department is not able to adequately respond to internal deficiencies as identified by the AG. And the following are the recommendations. With regard to recommendation A, we're saying the department must work hand in hand with the Office of the Premier and Provincial Treasury to ensure that traditional leaders are not classified as employees in order to offload its payroll and to ensure that traditional leaders are compensated in accordance with the framework for determination of salaries and allowances of traditional leaders as contemplated in the Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Act of 1998. The second one is that the department must speed up its investigation on CDWs to ensure that all funded posts are filled without delay and proper processes are followed in the filling of these posts. C, the department must ensure the applications are considered timeously in compliance with the relevant prescripts and policies to avoid unnecessary litigation. D, the department must prioritize the filling of critical posts, and in filling its vacant funded posts, the department must contain the COE budget to circumvent the ballooning of the very COEs. And lastly, is that the department must work with the Office of the Premier to ensure that the implication of centralization of ICT does not negatively affect the department's responses to internal control deficiencies. On Program 2, we have the following findings: that about 50% of the district municipalities in the province have been placed under Section 139, subsection 5A of the Constitution. B, despite the fact that the provincial executive has affirmed invocation of Section 139, subsection 5A of the Constitution at Makana LM, there is no improvement, and this municipality is still at the initial stage of the intervention. C, the department has amended Section 12 notice of the Municipal Structures Act at Nelson Mandela Metro in order to maximize efficiency in that municipality. And lastly, the CFO of Buffalo City Municipality is on sick leave for some time, which affects operations of the municipality. And we have made the following recommendations regarding the above. A, that the department must evaluate whether the interventions in these district municipalities are yielding any positive results. And if not, consider appropriate steps to take in line with Section 139 of the Constitution. And the department must further submit a report on the interventions, that is the current, on the interventions. B, the department must consider taking other appropriate measures of intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution to ensure effectiveness of the interventions in these municipalities. C, the department must ensure effectiveness of the amended notice. And D, the department must ensure that the functioning of municipality is not negatively affected by the prolonged absence of the CEO. That is in regard to the absence of a BCM CFO due to health-related matters. On the third program, the following findings read as follows. A, land invasions in local municipalities continue to be a challenge However, the land in question does not belong to municipalities but to the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. The second finding is that the department has partnered with ESCOM and the two metropolitan municipalities to develop a provincial contingency electricity disaster management plan. C, the flood disasters that took place at Enoch Pijima and PSJ LMs have destroyed bridges, low-lying informal areas and roads. And D, there is poor supervision and coordination of the extended public works program, and the lines of accountability with regard to EPWP are ambiguous and not clear. The tariff structure of some municipalities is not in line with the municipal property rates policy. As a result of the ratepayers, the ratepayers are charged incorrect rates by these municipalities. And the last finding is that there is a threat to ocean pollution that is caused by plastic waste that affects the marine living resources. The recommendations are as follows. The department must work with departments of public works and infrastructure, traditionally does, and relevant municipalities to prevent municipal land invasions. B, the department must ensure that such a contingency plan is completed and submitted to the committee before the end of second quarter. And C, the department must provide the committee with a plan on how flood disasters will be addressed and to further assist the district municipalities to develop clear plans that will deal with disasters that are regularly occurring in the province. D, the department must come up with progress plan on how it will ensure clear lines of accountability
Honorable
of EPWP.
You are left with 3 minutes. Conclude the report.
Let me Honorable Chair of Chairs, go to the general findings. On general findings, hopefully that the members would have followed the report. We have two. One is that the PSJ town is under attack from Umzimvubu River, the rising sea levels, and the landslide. And the second one is that the department has invoked Section 139 and Section 154 of the Constitution in various municipalities to assist them to manage their own affairs. And the recommendation read as follows. With regard to A, PSJ, we are urging the department in collaboration with other relevant departments to consider relocating PSJ town as a town within the context of developing smart cities program. ASB is that the department must submit written notices of interventions and progress report to the Provincial Legislature for consideration. Manbulele ke Chair of Chairs, amalungu committee, dibulele umphathiswa nenhloko yesebe, nesebe liphelele ekuncediseni ukuthi sikwazi ukusisa lengxelo. Dicela ke yamkelwe lengxelo yindlu Nkosi Sihlalo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, any questions of clarities to the committee? We have only 5 minutes. We have only 5 minutes to deal with the question of clarities to the committee. Committee members, committee members, your noise must not be loud to the extent that it gets heard from the stage. Honorable Saziwa, you are number one. Honorable Pillay, Honorable Panga, and Honorable
Don't regard this as a revenge. Chair of Chairs, thanks to the chairperson of the committee for the presentation of a report. Just on page 185, on the spread of the budget, there's a comparison of 2022-2023 with 2023-2024 financial years. The problem that I have, Chair, is that firstly, on the changes, whether there's a decrease or increase, the percentages that have been there are not correct. If, for instance, on program 1, 251, 387 to 275, 469, it gives you positive 26%. I don't think that's proper. Second program, number 2, 264 is against 262. Supposed to indicate negative. It's not negative, also the percentage is wrong. You go down, then it gives you 100% as if there's been an increase of a budget of 100%. Yes, it still remains 1 billion rands. Something is not tallying there. Thank you, Chair of Chairs.
Honorable Pillay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Program 2, page 187. The last one, the Chief Financial Officer, that's a finding is correct. You are saying that there is a prolonged leave and it is affecting the operations. But you go to the recommendation, it's saying the department must ensure that the functioning of the municipality is not negatively affected. It means that the municipality is not affected, you are not worried about the CFO. So that recommendation, because there are two issues there, the CFO is on prolonged leave. So it needs to be attended in that particular recommendation. The last one is on the general findings. The finding A, I think both the finding and the recommendation is fine. But look at the issue in Port St. John's is actually, currently we are discussing because of the issue of the natural calamities. So we want Port St. John's not to be swallowed. But when you are putting within the context of the developing smart city, it's correct to link it, but at the moment, we need to look at it is appropriate. Our own Premier has actually pronounced about smart coastal cities. But in this context, the issue is, we are not going that route, we need to save Port St. George. So that within the context of the developing smart cities can sometimes be a bearing in the quick way of you are saving that Port St. George. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Panga.
I want to ask from the committee. The committee says 50%, page 187, 50% of district municipalities in the province have been placed under section 39. And I want to check with the committee that they agree with me if I say, if you talk about district municipality, you are not only talking about the district entity, because they coordinate municipalities. That what this means is that 50% of the entire, including local municipalities in the Eastern Cape, have collapsed. Is that the meaning of this? Secondly, in terms of the Nelson Mandela municipality, you have noted what needs to be rectified. But in terms of your recommendation, because this is Parliament, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know how we want to pronounce ourselves as committees, because we're not clear in saying what the department must do. We're just saying it must improve the effectiveness of that. But Parliament is not expressing itself. What is it that it needs Parliament to do in Nelson Mandela? Because if you say in Nelson Mandela you want Section 12, you must say it. And say Section 12 must be implemented in Nelson Mandela or not. Is the committee clear of what it wants to see in Nelson Mandela? Because if Parliament wants to pronounce itself, it must pronounce itself It must not say that the court will resolve the problem. I want to check why are you not clear in pronouncing yourself.
Honorable Malamle.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. It's just one clarity. I'm intimidated by that committee, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Those committee members are pointing fingers at me. It's on page 185B, under the findings. The finding is saying there are some wards that do not have community development workers due to the fact that there are 54 positions of CTWs that are currently vacant in the province. Then I get lost when I get to the recommendation. There seems to be something missing there. This is on page 186, Chair of Chairs. The department must speed up its investigation on CTWs. That's why I get lost. The finding does not talk about investigation. Then on the recommendation, they are talking about speeding up investigation. If they can clarify me around that, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Committee members, in responding, there are two things, Chair, that you must take into consideration. One, honorable members of this House don't seek to rewrite your report. They are allowed to just questions of clarities. Where questions are directly to the department, you can refer them, those questions, to the MEC. You don't have to rewrite your report because members are just allowed to ask questions of clarities in your report, so that when we adopt the report as a House, we adopt the report that we all understand. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. I must say that you've already helped me on that one. To Honorable Saziw, I think I must agree with him. This was Lendokwe oversight. That there's absolutely no argument around it. Thanks you for being spot on. That's a reason why you are here, honorable members. Because what gets to be written at times may not necessarily capture the exact at times. We agree with you. Honorable Mandamlela, tata ke ngohamba kwenu ngokwe pages, not ngokwe order of speaking. You are correct because the recommendation talked to something in a solo, yet it talks about the filling of vacancies. I think Mkhiba should not have been, or should have been captured as a sub part of this. But I leave that to the department with regard to ECDWs. And thanks also, Honorable Pillay. You also have highlighted, but somehow helped in shaping as well. And Honorable Banga, the matter you are raising, but also I would think the department would come in, MEC, on the matter of what is it, Port St. John's, because the discussion itself captures the issue in terms of what's to be done in that area. And I think consistent with what the Premier has pronounced as well, I think we are in that same boat, not necessarily because he had said it, but because of the nature of the calamities and the vulnerability of that community. On that matter as Nelson Mandela, you see, we are done to hook metro It is not the House or the department that took Nelson Mandela to court. Remember? So it is a notice that came from the executive regarding this matter that Nelson Mandela should move from being a type yale sort of collective municipal. I don't want to get to it. Let me leave it for Mandishielu MEC.
Okay.
But I was just clarifying, good, are you committee and endokwenza nalento?
Okay. No, thank you very much, committee
In
members.
district, we are saying district, kanga sithethe zinye municipalities, because our findings were confided to that. And remember, part of this has to do with some work that would have been undertaken in that space. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, committee members. You may take your seat. And any questions to the MEC? Honorable Malamlela, just refresh your question, which was referred to the MEC and Honorable Bang. To any other Honorable Kanyayo, you'll be the third one. Honorable members, may I caution you? When you ask questions to the members of the executive, stop debating. You must not begin at a debate. We have political parties that will be doing the debate. So let's get to the questions that we will ask to the members of the executive. Honorable Malamlela, I will start with you. Honorable Malamlela, can you ask your question?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. I'm on page 188 MEC. On the findings, E. The tariff structure of some municipalities is not in line with their municipal property rate policies. As a result, the ratepayers are charged incorrect rates by these municipalities. And the recommendation goes on to say, Chair of Chairs, the department must ensure that all municipalities' property rates policies are aligned with the correct categorization of their properties in line with Section 8 of the Municipal Property Rates Act. Now, I want to check. I'm a resident at Buffalo City, and I think there's a crisis there around the property rates. So I want to check from the MEC, do they really have powers to intervene and direct the municipalities to say, look, you are overcharging the ratepayers? And if they do have those powers, why they have not acted up to now? Because there's a huge outcry around that municipality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Okay. Thanks, Honorable Madam. Honorable Parker.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, on page 188, around the issue of floods and the disaster, is that we are not spending, as I've read in the newspaper, that we have not been spending the money in relation to disaster. Half of the money has not been spent in relation to that. I was in Port St. John's. Port St. John's still look the same way as when the president left. And if we're not spending this amount of money, will this money not be taken whilst those areas are faced with serious problems of infrastructure as we speak? And are you intending not only to deal with those problems, but expand the program to deal with some problems in those municipalities. In particular, Port St. John's is our face for tourism in the Eastern Cape. The last one, from Nelson Mandela. I know that people do not like it, but I want to link it with Makana. Makana has been suffering as a municipality. That municipality is going down. Roads have lost hope. And infrastructure is collapsing. They do not have, they might go out of a water grid and also an electricity grid. But in terms of the recommendations of the committee, you are not, what appropriate steps that you are going to take to make sure that there's change? Not only change, but also changing the capacity both of the administration and the politicians in Makana, because it's them who are messing up Makana. Therefore, what actions are you going to take, and what is your plan? My question is, said to the chairperson, have referred on Nelson Mandela, that what is your exact position as government? That if you win a court case or you do not win, are you still going to pursue this issue as of tomorrow? And want to understand, what are you going to do? Because you are saying there's a crisis in Nelson Mandela, you want to introduce Section 12. What is the plan of the department in relation to that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tuabu.
No, the question is straight, Pago MEC. On the issue of CTWs, is the department really having a plan of increasing them? Because it looks like it's quite a long time la finding replace in some municipalities as in number of wards, no new CTWs are being employed. Is there a corner plan with department?
Okay. Honorable, let me say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. On property rates, Chair, there's a budget process that municipalities undertake where citizens first themselves, Honorable Chair, are allowed space to make submissions, especially on property rates, to make submissions to council, especially Buffalo City, and indicate the challenges that the honorable member is raising. And those, in terms of the municipal budget process, are tabled in front of council during the tabling of that budget, and council must respond on those matters. So ours, Honorable Chair, is to then engage with that process once council is seen not to be recognizing the complaints, and we can see the reality that the consumers are being charged beyond the rateable rates of their properties. So that's when we begin to intervene, and as raised by the portfolio committee chair, we will then put this under scrutiny and begin to work with Buffalo City to try and ensure that the rates that are levied against the consumers are the rates that are suitable. And Provincial Treasury also plays a major role in the budget analysis of the municipality, because all this budget, Honorable Chair, the National Treasury indicates at what rate of increase you should be making. Sometimes municipalities do not comply with that rate. If it's below 5%, you can't increase more than that. So those issues will have to attend and try to see to the resolution of that particular problem. The second question from Honorable Banga, Chair, is that whilst disaster was declared as national disaster, we had not yet received funds allocated to various municipalities. However, 2 days ago, National Disaster Management Center
sent confirmation that the first phase of allocations is being made. And part of that is that 20 million is allocated to Port St. John's as a start to repair all the infrastructure that was damaged during the recent disasters. 22 of those municipalities in the Eastern Cape have been allocated funding. Indeed, there are challenges of spending funds, especially conditional grants. But as COGTA, we've got a remedy to resolve that, which we presented during the budget speech, called the risk-adjusted strategy, which will focus on all those matters. Chair, on Makana, the water issue in Makana, maybe Honorable Banga is not updated. I was there physically 3 weeks ago to look into that particular challenge. And with me was Amatola Water and the National Department of Water Affairs. Chair, there's something that is on social media indicating that soon there's going to be running water in Makana because we've repaired all the challenges that were raised, because the Premier indicated that we must go and resolve that problem, and we joined efforts with the Minister of Water Affairs, and soon Makana's problems of water will be dealt with. I was not there for water, I was there also for the general governance of the municipality, for the potholes, and all the service delivery challenges. And we've got a plan, Chair, that we developed. I joined their strategic planning session to direct them, because some of the challenges they had was compensation of employees, over-exceeding the funds for CAPEX. And that now we've tried to sort it out, and they are on the road towards improving the situation. On the administration and politicians, in terms of their working relations, we try to resolve those issues and the impact of the
Sorry, MC, your 5 minutes is up in terms of response. What you can do, the last part of Honorable Banga and also the part of Honorable Tuabu, when you come back in terms of your response, you can then respond to those areas.
Thank you, Chair.
It's very critical, honorable members, that we always go straight to the point, critical points, so that the members of the executive can stick to their 5 minutes. Now, we will now go to the debate of the report, and we will call upon the Democratic Alliance and Honorable Knudse. Dr. Knudse, your 12 minutes is starting now, Doc.
Thank you,
Over
Honourable
to you.
Chair, and also good afternoon to you, Honourable Chair of Chairs and Honourable Premier members, and the guests that we still have in the gallery. Honourable Chair, today I'm mainly going to focus on two very important aspects with regards to COGTA. Firstly, I want to touch on the level of support that our local municipalities require from the Department of COGTA. And then secondly, we have to have some focus on the importance of having a provincial disaster management plan when it comes to the risk of possibly having a partial or full collapse of the electricity grid in the future. Honourable Chair, during the debate on COGTA, it is important firstly to highlight some of the findings in the Auditor General's report of the 31st of May. Firstly, Makana local municipality receiving its 4th disclaimer in a row. Walter Sisulu local municipality, adverse audit opinion. 3 local municipalities failed to hand in their audits within the legislated time. Senku local municipality, Sundays River local municipality, and the Amatole district municipality. Thirdly, Auditor General identifies various municipalities with material irregularities in the vicinity of 303 million rand. 33 municipalities are using consultants to assist with their financial reporting, costing them altogether 155 million rand. But the scary thing is, out of these 33 municipalities, still 22 of them have had material misstatements, even after using those expensive consultants. Then municipalities collectively incurred 10.6 million rand of irregular expenditure, of which Buffalo City was responsible for 6.5 of that, of which 5 million were in the previous 3 years. And then lastly, still 14 of our municipalities, out of the 39 municipalities, is regarded to be in financial distress. That is a third of our local municipalities. And even scarier than that is that half, 3 out of the 6 district municipalities is under administration. Half of our district municipalities is under administration. Honourable Chair, a joint multidisciplinary task team will have to be formulated to assist these municipalities to address the findings of the Auditor General. We need to assist these municipalities to get into better financial positions and to make sure that we improve and help them to improve on their audit outcomes every year. Because let's be honest, at the end of the day, spending or the efficacy of local government spending and whether money that is meant for the people is actually spent on the people happens here. This is where the rubber hits the road. But, Honourable Chair, the question is, why is municipalities in the Eastern Cape, why are municipalities in the Eastern Cape incapable of governing? Like we always say, they must govern at their own behest. Why are they so incapable of doing that or governing at their own initiative? Why do they need this much assistance from COCTA? Every year, year on year. You can look at these reports. COCTA must assist, COCTA must assist, COCTA must intervene. If we can answer this question, Honourable Chair, maybe we can start to dismantle the problems that we have at local government in the Eastern Cape. And there are a few factors that we are all aware of that is affecting the state of local government in the Eastern Cape. We all know that if you appoint people that are not fit for purpose, that are not qualified, that are not capable and experienced people, that are officials in local municipalities, and we keep appointing them based on political affiliation, we will continue to struggle. If the levels of corruption and maladministration continue, we will continue to find ourselves in this situation. And if there continues to be a lack of meaningful consequence management at local government level, we will never get out of this mess. Because when municipalities fail to govern effectively at their own initiative, it results in an over-reliance on COCTA. But whether there is an over-reliance on COCTA or not, COCTA must assist. COCTA must support and COCTA must intervene, because that is our constitutional mandate, to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities to regulate their own performance based on their functions and to intervene in local government if there is non-fulfillment of their legislative, executive or financial responsibilities. Honourable Chair, I will leave that at that. But the second very important thing that we have to start talking about in the Portfolio Committee of COCTA and as a legislature is the fact that we still do not have a plan in place, a disaster management plan in place for the situation where there could be a partial or full collapse of the electricity grid. It would be really irresponsible to think that load shedding is going to stop or it's going to get better. We have to start thinking of the effects of this. My colleague, Honourable Bobby Stevenson, and I went to a very important, it was like a presentation at the Western Cape Disaster Management Centre. And colleagues, I promise you that the information we got at this session will strike fear into the hearts of anybody that listens to that. And it must spur on all provinces, because collectively this will have to be addressed as collective as provinces. So you cannot have one province that does not have this disaster management plan when all the other provinces does, because everything will collapse like dominoes around us. But I just want to highlight some of the things that we need to keep in mind should something like that happen. Firstly, within the first 12 hours, ATMs and fuel pumps will stop working. Within the first 24 hours, there will be a complete collapse of mobile operations and mobile networks and internet communication. Within 48 hours, water systems, and I'm talking about fresh water and sewage, will stop functioning. Within 48 hours, food that needs to be refrigerated will be spoiled. Within 3 days, we will have a complete cash-based economy. Within 4 days, schools, public transport, hospitals, manufacturing will come to a halt. After 4 days, we will see an increase of crime. Because remember, the police can't get to you. You can't make an emergency phone call. Hospitals and EMS will be absolutely undated, and we will see high fatalities in this regard. Honourable Chair, that is just the first 5 days. We have to know that it will take weeks, if not months, to restore a grid after a partial or a full collapse. And what I've said now only talks about the first 5 days. Honourable Chair, it is essential that we take this very seriously and put our plans in place to adequately prepare for the worst case scenario. Honourable Chair, this department carries an immense responsibility on its shoulders. Let us keep holding the department to account. Let us keep pushing this department to be better. The people of the Eastern Cape expect it, and the people of the Eastern Cape deserve it. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. May I call the Economic Freedom Fighters to debate the report. Your 8 minutes starts now. Honourable Kotwe, over to you.
Enkosi, Chair of Chairs, andifuni kuthetha ke Chair before ndibulise bakhona abantu abalilayo apha kule legislature asifuni baphendula because sonqena inyembezi kube kukhona amandwendwe akhoyo. Mandibulise kumandwendwe, ndibulise kwi-honourable members, ndibulise kwi-EFF, ndibulise kubantwana bethongo ndithi camagu. The report notes that out of the total budget of the department, 86% thereof goes towards compensation of employees, inclusive of traditional leaders. The general acceptable norm is that the portion of budget that must go towards compensation of employees should be between the range of 50% to 55%. Anything that goes beyond 60% is disaster waiting and should serve as a serious red sign warning 80%. Warning, 80% is more than a disaster waiting to happen, financially speaking. The issue of having the salaries of traditional leaders classified under compensation and thereby drastically increasing the percentage of allocation going to the compensation of employees was noted by the previous MEC of COGTA, Honourable Ngata, in his 2022-2023 policy speech that he delivered on the 15th March 2022. In that speech, he made an undertaking that he would table a proposal at the COGTA Minister and members of Executive Council meeting to consider payment of salaries for traditional leaders as direct charge in order to deal with this challenge. The MEC would like to find out whether that proposal, the EFF would like to find out whether that proposal was tabled, and if so, what was the response? Also, we would like to find out the actual percentage that can be attributed to the payments of salaries of traditional leaders out of the compensation of employees in order to get a proper understanding of degree to which this contributes to 86% portion. This will go a long way in dealing with the 86% cost, which is highly unacceptable when it comes to the general norms of budgeting. The matter of high number of early retirements and ill health retirement application poses a serious human resource threat to the functioning of the department. One would, on the face of it, assume that the department has invested a lot in terms of skills training in these employees. Also, there would be the potential of experience being lost. Has the department conducted an investigation on what is the root cause of this high number of applications, and also whether there is any succession planning to make sure that the overall functioning of the department is not negatively affected by the potential loss of skills? We submit that it is not just enough to recommend that the application must be considered timelessly, but that it is also important to look at the root cause so as to avoid future challenges. What is important? It is to look at the root cause and then diagnose the correct cure instead of merely focusing on the symptoms. The report notes that there are some wards that do not have community development workers, and this is attributed to a certain degree to the fact that there are 54 positions of community development workers that are currently vacant in the province. In his 2022-2023 policy speech on 15 March 2022, the previous MEC for COGTA, Honorable Ngata, acknowledged the important role played by community development workers in bridging the gap between government and communities, and further stated an amount that an amount of 8.353 million had been set aside for the appointment for community development workers, and also pledged to ensure that CDWs were provided with tools of trade. Given the importance of CDWs in the strengthening the capacity of the state to enable it to improve delivery, are we going to what is the cause of 54 positions not being filled? Are you going to see any consequence management for those who dropped the ball in this regard, given the important role played by the Community Development Workers Program? Concerning the impact of floods disasters, there is more to it than meets the eye. One need to just look at the small village of Mbinzana between Kofimvaba and Kakadu, where a low-lying bridge was destroyed by floods. The right to health of people of this village is seriously compromised due to the fact that the ambulances cannot reach the villages. The right to education is negatively affected as the educators and learners have to walk long distances to school because vehicles cannot go through when it is raining, and by the time they reach school they are tired. This is just to show how serious the consequences of floods can be. Proper intervention plan must be put in place, and this must be treated as a matter of urgency. In the view of the fact that global warming is no longer just threat but reality, the EFF would like also to find out what steps the department has taken to advise all municipalities to ensure that they have system in place and to ensure proper upgrade and maintenance of stormwater drainage system to avoid devastating incidents like what happened at Sakisizwe municipality earlier this year. In the 2022 policy speech, the MEC indicated that an amount more than 3 million had been set aside to fund ongoing municipal interventions. He also noted that section 139 subsection 5 of the Constitution had been invoked to intervene in the financial crisis of Amatole District Municipality, and that there will be continued support for Inokum Kijima and Makana Municipality. Ngomdla obekekileyo, the report notes that despite the invocation of section 139 subsection 5A of the Constitution, there has been no improvement on the Makana municipality. The report further makes a strange observation by saying that this is due to the fact that this intervention is still in the initial stages. This cannot, with respect, be true. The financial recovery plan was also made an order of the court by Supreme Court of Appeal on the 10th of March 2022. If there is no improvement in Makana municipality, is there any political will to consider section 139 subsection B as well as section 139 subsection C intervention since the sanction has not been provided?
Honorable Koto, your time is up.
Deputy Chair of Chairs.
Thank you very
Chair
much.
of Chairs.
Thank you. Honorable Berger, your 3 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon.
Your 3
Honourable
minutes
Chair.
starts now.
Once again, all House protocols observed. Honourable Chair, there is so much to say about GOCTA that I don't even know where to start. But let me try to start with a compliment. At the end of April, I asked the Honourable MEC a written question about the construction work on some dams in the Eastern Cape. And he replied, thank you for that. Honourable MEC has replied to my questions, but between you and me, Honourable Chair, he still needs to respond to the question that I've asked about Amatola Water Board. Honourable Chair, my concern is that it seems from the answer that the MEC has given me as a written reply to the question that he don't know his mandate. The bulk supply of water is a function of GOCTA and not municipalities. Speaking of mandate, the proper functioning of municipalities is a GOCTA responsibility. GOCTA's function is to develop policies and legislation regarding local government and to monitor, amongst others, the implementation of the following. Now, Chair, this is directly off the GOCTA's website. Their legislative mandate is to regulate the power of municipalities to impose rates on property, to ensure sound and sustainable management of the financial affairs of municipalities.
Honourable Berger, I've put your time on pause. There is a hand up. On what rule are you raising, Honourable One?
Yes, Chair. Chair, I was figuring out of the rules, but the members' look is unparliamentary.
Honourable One, may you sit down?
Utonga so, Chair.
May you sit down? Thank you. Honourable Berger, you may proceed. Thank you. I've saved your time.
Thank you, Chair. The full roles and responsibilities of GOCTA is on the website. It is available. Anyone can study it. Anyone can get to know it. I know, but I don't see it on the ground. That's why I reiterate the mandate of GOCTA. Honourable Chair, I'll stop here. I'll rest all of my cases. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Berger. Honourable Wes Wetikan, the African National Congress. Your 18 minutes starts now.
Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs. To the Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Premier, the members of the Executive Council, and the members of the House, and members in the gallery, good evening. Honorable Chair of Chairs, let me extend my gratitude for this opportunity bestowed upon me today to debate in this august House on behalf of our glorious movement, the African National Congress. There are various challenges that are facing the society, business, and government in its entirety. The land issue has become an aspect that has been left to all. The level of land invasion on the peripherals of towns point a weakness to a need to land audit. The so-called private developers continue to rob the communities and government of the valuable assets in the context of land. The aspect of land need department together with municipality to safeguard the property and assets of communities. The slow pace of township settlement, Property Rights Act, and spatial planning cannot be left handed to one municipality with the hope they're doing the right thing. There's a need to check and balances by way of provincial law. The provincial ordinance that can work simultaneously with municipality so as to avoid the growing tendency and assumptions that municipalities are highly regulated, which in the same breath allows them to become untouchables even through some less characteristics of dysfunctional. Honorable Chair of Chairs, there is a common understanding amongst all fundamentalists that one is individually responsible but collectively accountable. The truth is, appropriation for department is insufficient. Of the total allocation, a huge chunk of such allocation caters for traditional leaders, inclusive of its personnel. In essence, and in accordance to prescription, the traditional leaders branch is a burden of delegation to COGTA, which by law must and remains under the office. We are quite mindful that the budget has shrinked immensely. Nevertheless, COGTA has constitutional mandate to support and further monitor municipality for providing effective service delivery. We commend that the department has a clean audit option, and however, this does not correlate to the situational analysis of municipalities within the province. Honorable Chair of Chairs, ever since the ANC-led government took power in 1994, the strive has been made to provide our communities with basic services like housing, water, sanitation, roads, electricity that were accessible to the few at the expense of the majority. The pillar of the functional municipality depends on the proper function and effectiveness of ward committee to improve service delivery to better the lives of our communities. Through you, Chair of Chairs, to deal with the municipal complexities, there is a need for all of government and society approach to be realized through the DDM, which implores all components of government to function as a collective whole to effectively deliver a capable and developmental local government. Our budget vote should strategically allow favorable conditions to cooperatively attach all public resources behind common goals and within a framework of mutual support. DDM 1 plans, we are laying a firm foundation for the all-in-one coordination of a cohesive and multi-sectoral driven development. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the amalgamated municipalities require special attention to deal with financial, human, technical, and operational challenges. Among others, these municipalities inherited ESCOM debt from old financial struggling municipalities which continue to create problems to these municipalities to be sustainable. It is within the context that Section 154 of the Constitution is important to ensure that we strengthen our municipalities in pursuit of the object of local government. In keeping with the principles of corporate governance, intervention and support have been given to dysfunctional municipalities under Section 139. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the slow pace in the completion of white paper, that is provincial plumbers, does not sit well. This poses a challenge in that traditional leaders claim land under their various jurisdictions. The spatial planning of apartheid has left confusion on the way our cities, towns, and rural areas are formed. Cities and towns were racially segregated, with the poor often living in townships away from the business and industrial areas. The spatial integration of our settlement is critical. It will make our areas economically more efficient, since it will be easier and cheaper to provide services, reduce the cost of public transport for workers, and enable social development. Therefore, spatial integration is also central to national building. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the relative scarcity of water and regular water interruptions experienced in many parts of the country is of great concern that requires innovation and critical thinking. However, the ANC-led government is doing all to ensure that the basic needs are provided. There are some who act as if the ANC-led government did nothing to change the lives of people. Yes, yet we acknowledge that there is still more that needs to be done. ANC supports the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Honorable Emissary, your 10 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Greetings to the Honorable Premier, members of the Cabinet, all members of the House, and our distinguished guests. Honorable Chair of Chair, if I quickly deal with the outstanding two questions. It's quite interesting that Honorable Banga would want to know our views on Section 12. And instead of saying maybe he now agrees with us on Section 12. Because I think the loss of power in Nelson Mandela is now creating some support for Section 12, because Honorable Banga is no longer in power in Nelson Mandela. Now, instead of saying, no, but provincial government, we agree with you, he's not doing that. But Section 12, we can confirm that we're proceeding with Section 12, because our intention is on political stability of the municipality, stability for service delivery. And that's our position. On CDWs, I will reflect on them, Honorable Tuabu. I'll reflect on them, but all of them, the outstanding, are going to be appointed in this financial year. Adverts have already gone out. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My last input on this debate on the policy speech follows an intensive engagement of our budget by the Portfolio Committee. Let me acknowledge the members of the Portfolio Committee on cooperative governance and traditional affairs for the masterful role they have played in the analysis of budget vote number 7 and their consideration of our annual performance plans, operational, and their findings and recommendations have been noted by our department. We will endeavor to ensure that the findings find expression in our work so we can improve in all the areas that have been highlighted as challenges by the Portfolio Committee. We are convinced that the work of the Portfolio Committee is driving the important point that local government is everybody's business, and therefore our support role to all the municipalities cannot be overemphasized. Honorable Chair of Chairs, we are in the middle of the winter initiation season, which has kicked off on the 5th of May and is envisaged to end during the last week of July 2023. We remain resolute in our clarion call that mabaye bephila, babuye bephila. However, this call will ring hollow if parents and communities are not committed to ensuring that competent traditional surgeons and traditional nurses that are registered and competent as prescribed by law perform this important tradition. The recent incident in Danzane, where 3 initiates regrettably burned to death because their bomber caught fire, is a serious concern because those initiates were left alone without any adult taking care of them. It is unfortunate that 2 of the 3 initiates were also categorized as illegal cases. The dignity of traditional circumcision will only be restored if those who are proud of it do things right and in line with the prescribed legislation. On municipal infrastructure services, having observed the slow spending on conditional grants by municipalities and the return of funds back to national fiscus, we have introduced the risk-adjusted strategy to help municipalities to spend their budgets and manage projects efficiently and effectively. We are starting to implement the non-negotiables, and the intention is the holistic improvement of municipal service delivery in terms of service delivery, good governance, improve relations with local businesses and communities, proper town planning, and investment readiness. This process aims to change the face of local government in our province, and we believe that this is achievable as we have no choice but to build the Eastern Cape we want, as indicated in the Premier State of the Province address. In her 2023-24 budget speech, Minister Nkadimeng acknowledged the existential challenges confronting municipalities, which are sluggish economic growth, energy crisis, inflation pressures, water insecurity, the net effects of Ukraine-Russia conflict, and the depressed financial state of municipalities. The announcement by our Minister of Finance, Enoch Godongwana, in his 2023 budget vote undertakes an important hope for municipalities, because he indicates that there will be a conditional write-off of debt owed to ESCOM by municipalities, which is an urgent step to try and stabilize the energy sector. This intention is highly welcomed, as this will go a long way to unburden municipalities and help them to direct their budgets to service delivery. Honorable Chair, in those wards where we did not have community development workers for some time due to resignations and natural attritions, and this amounted to those 54 vacancies, the department is already in the process of closing those 54 vacancies as part of job creation plan for our department to absorb young people. On traditional leaders, that institution has existed to serve the interests of communities and protect their lives and their customs. At present, provinces have no powers to regulate everything regarding traditional leaders, and the authority still rests with the national government. I hope the decision of the Constitutional Court to suspend the legislation will give legislators time to close some of the loopholes in the Tickler Act so that we can be able to improve our work in traditional leaders. We have attempted to address some of the funding constraints faced by the House of Traditional Leaders and local houses, and we appreciate both the Premier and the MEC for Finance for their support and foresight in this regard. The National Ministry of COGTA has concurred to extend the duration of the reconstitution of traditional councils by 12 months to allow provinces to conclude this work expeditiously. Our view in respect of this process is that the status quo must remain, since amendments may create problems for proper representation of rural communities. On disaster management, extreme weather patterns have become common in our province and are destroying basic infrastructure, which is affecting poor people the most. Climate change is already modifying the frequency and intensity of weather-related hazards. This is increasing the vulnerability and eroding the resilience of our infrastructure and the arable land. The disaster has been devastating and reversed the economic status of our province. The national government has, in the past few days, allocated about 122 million directly to municipalities to begin to respond to disasters. We hope that municipalities will spend those funds expeditiously within the approved conditions of the disaster grant. On the district development model, the visit by the Deputy President, Paul Mashatile, to assess the impact of DDM has given us some encouragement. The Deputy President indicated that the work of the DDM was commendable and that those government departments and entities that still work outside the DDM need to align their work. In conclusion, Chair, on the 8th of May 1998, during the opening of the debate of the National Assembly, former President Thabo Mbeki had this to say: South Africa is a country of two nations. One of these nations is white, relatively prosperous, regardless of gender or geographic dispersal. It has ready access to developed economic, physical, educational, communication, and other infrastructure. The second larger nation of South Africa is black and poor, with the worst affected being women in rural areas, the black rural population in general, and the disabled. This nation lives under conditions of a grossly underdeveloped economic, physical, educational, communication, and other infrastructure. It has virtually no possibility to exercise what it really amounts to, a theoretical right to equal opportunity. With that right being equal within this black nation, only to the extent that is equally incapable of realization. In conclusion, Chair, amidst the flurry of events in our everyday life vicissitudes, in our conduct and governance, we must not lose sight of the reality that which was prescribed by former President Mbeki. We must be committed heart and soul towards the improvement of the lives of those who depend on our work for them to realize a better life for all. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable MEC members, I put the report. Any objection? Thank you very much. I will ask the Secretary to read the third order of the day.
Consideration of vote number 8, Rural Development and Agrarian Reform, Appropriation Bill 2023.
The chairperson of the committee, Dr. Pese, Honorable Komony. Honorable members, Honorable Chair, Honorable Ngomonya, just before you proceed, Honorable MSC, I note that the HOD and the departmental officials are not here from Dr. Da. I think it's a matter that has been raised previously, and this is in contravention of Rule 73(4), because we expect the head of department and senior managers to be here, because the sitting of Parliament, it is not meant, and it does not say, we are happy that the HOD for COGTA is here, but it does not say, the rule does not say HOD or, it says HOD and, because the idea, Honorable MSC and Honorable Premier and the leader of government business, when we are sitting like this, is not to caught the executive by surprise when questions are being asked. You will understand that some of the questions will be referred to the MEC, and we expect the MEC to respond here. And the MEC will not be able to do that if there is no support team, there is no HOD, there is no official. Once we are in the public arena like this as a house, and after weeks of deliberations of this committee report by committees, we expect the public to get responses whenever parliamentarians ask questions. So if leader of government business, you can really take this matter up because it is very serious. It's a contravention of rule in actual fact. Thank you very much. Over to you, the chairperson of the committee. Your 15 minutes start now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Good afternoon to yourself. Hlami, let me just say the protocol that has already been established is observed. Ndidakangale ngxelo yesebe lokuzinziso le kuphuhliswa kwamaphandle kwakunye nokuphuhliswa kwezolimo endaweni ka Honorable Bese nothe wafikelwa ngumphanga namhlanje siyikomiti sidlulisa amazwi ovelwano kuye nakwikhaya lakhe wanga umphefumulo womfowabo ungalala ngoxolo. Ndidakangca ke le report ndine disclaimer, Honorable Chair of Chairs, kuba bendikhe ndathatha idetour ndaya kwa Economic Affairs and Economic Development and Environmental Affairs. Ndibuyile ke, and it's good to be back. So ubani nemibuzo lamalungu athanda ubuza kakhulu. Lo mibuzo ingabhekiswa kusihlalo. Ibhekiswe kwikomiti yonke. Ndizawuthatha nje umzuzu bemnye ngepage kuba ndiqinisekile bamalungu abekekileyo ayifundile le ngxelo. The department has been allocated 2.3 billion rand, which presents an increase of 0.7% if you compare it to the previous financial year. Ndibaleke ke ndiye ku program 1. There's 8 programs in this department. Program 1 talks to 3 findings. The first one speaks about job creation, which dictates that there's a lack of plans by the department to indicate what jobs would be created. Number 2, uthetha nge-limited communication, and that is as a result of limited funds to achieve that. Omnye, the last finding is a positive finding, which reflects that the employment equity targets have been met. However, the ones that relate to disability have not been met. And honorable members, as they read through the recommendations, they will realize that what we are recommending is that all those anomalies that speaks to negative findings must be corrected. Program 2 speaks to land rehabilitation, and there's a concern by the committee that the projects are not effectively implemented. And you would have heard earlier on Honorable Deputy Chief Whip asking a question with respect to Indonga. That's a program under land rehabilitation. It says there is no effective implementation of programs that concerns to land rehabilitation. And this is very important because currently we are dealing with climate change. Land care budget it continues to decrease despite the fact that that program in itself has a potential to create jobs. And there's no adequate awareness campaigns with respect to land rehabilitation and land care. We recommend that the department ensure that land rehabilitation projects are implemented, and they must ensure that land care budget is fully spent so that they can be able to get more funds, because the treasury if I spend akakuniki enye imali. Program 3, farmer support, there is a concern that Litsima grant is not sufficient and can compromise the intended programs of revitalizing the cropping program. There are delays in livestock distribution due to internal audit processes. Financial support to cooperatives across the province is not fairly distributed, and we are recommending that each department within the limited resources must ensure that they revitalize cropping, and that program is prioritized. The department must improve its internal audit processes, and remedial actions must be implemented to address any delays that can compromise the program. When we visited farmer as ne livestock, we were indicated to ukuba amafama akhe ahlala inyanga elindile ukuxutywa kwemihlambi yabo ngenxa into bana i-department ithatha ixesha ukuzisa inkunzi ezikwaziyo uxuba imihlambi. Program 4, veterinary services. Findings are as follows. As there's a lack of synergy between the allocated budget and the set targets. The anomaly is that budget has decreased, but the targets have increased. There's aziko events as lalin, and the scarcity of dipping material, and that is a grave concern. There is no plan and budget for disaster management, outbreaks, drought, and disease controls. There is no plan and budget for disaster management. The recommendations are that the department must ensure that the set targets are realigned and adjusted accordingly to the reduced. Honorable Chair of Chairs, I wasn't supposed to say lungu liyanqola. The department must ensure that the the vet services are provided in rural areas, and the tipping materials should be made available. The tipping schedule must be submitted to the committee. So, 2 months and the department must develop a plan with budget for disaster management, outbreaks, droughts, disease control, and submit to the committee. Program 5 speaks to the decrease in the budget allocated for research infrastructure, even though in areas like Done, dilapidated is structures zakhona. As a result, soil science laboratory is very old and needs renovations. The research program is underfunded and askwazi ukuba proactive when there's outbreaks. There is no clear study that has been conducted by research on how to adapt climate change. And earlier on, I had indicated that we have serious challenges with respect to climate change. Countries like Zambia, okay, let me paraphrase this one. So it was the countries as far as Zambia, ngokusi South Africa, asikwazi ukuba ne research proper to indicate and be proactive and pragmatic on solutions ezifacwa i-agricultural sector, particularly with respect to drought and similar conditions. We are recommending that the department must sustain the budget for revitalization of the infrastructure, particularly at Done. The department must solicit more funding for the research in order for it to be effective and proactive. A clear morphogenic study, ndiyakwazi nje ukukhumsha yini nanku morphogenic ndimbiza. A clear morphogenic study must be conducted in terms of the climate change and be submitted to the committee. The research unit needs to focus on developing practical solutions like drought resistant seeds to mitigate natural calamities. Program 6, the blended finance budget of 25 million is not sufficient, and it does not benefit the farmers in rural areas. The establishment of rural market centers is long overdue, and there's still no budget for that program. There is no clear number of agribusiness support with agro-processing or market services. There is no progress in aquaculture projects in Kharib due to poor installation of water circulation by service provider that was appointed. We are recommending that the department must ensure that the available budget support the food production farmers, especially in the rural areas. The department must submit a progress report to the committee on the development of the rural market centers, and also indicate what role are they going to play in assisting the farmers in selling their produce. The department must provide the committee with specific numbers of beneficiaries, and these must be in accordance with the districts. The department must submit a detailed report to the committee on the matter, as well as clear plan on how this will be addressed. Furthermore, consequence management must be implemented. Program 7 speaks to structured education and training, and it indicates that 10.4 million has been set aside. 420 graduates would be placed in farms for training and skills development. If Fort Cox ayikwazi uaccreditwa fully ngenxa yokulekhisha kwe-infrastructure requirements, inesari yakhona i-dilapidated, and therefore abantwana abafunda phaa abakwazi uaccreditwa fully because abakwazi umenza upractical. I-poultry abatha yakhona is non-compliant. The process of transferring Tadi and Fort Cox to Department of Higher Education iyacotha kakhulu. We recommend that the placement of graduates in farms for training must be done, and ensure that as a farmer abaplacewa kuzo are conducive for the purposes of training them. Sicela ne-list yabo bantwana kwakunye nezo farmer abaplacewa kuzo. The department must make a case to support extra budget for needed infrastructure of the college in order for it to be fully accredited in this skill. E-budget for the establishment of a nursery, particularly Fort Cox, needs to be prioritized. The department must double its effort in engaging the Department of Higher Education and Training to absorb the agricultural college. Sendifuna ukuthi ncincelile ngoku because andizobhatalwa ngoku-acta as chairperson namhlanje. But program 8 speaks to rural development coordination eyenziwa ngu-ECRDA, and the findings are that u-ECRDA aka-comply ne-mandate yakhe. Nobujongi red hubs azikho viables. The fishery project take off. Imagwa is not self-sustainable. So zonke izinto ezinikwe u-ECRDA are not taking off the ground. The potential of Magwa project is not maximized despite the huge amounts that are injected year in, year out. The projects across the province are manifested by conflicts and dispute due to lack of effectiveness and social facilitation. In essence, honorable members, the recommendations are makuke kwenziwe i-feasibility study, kukhangelwe i-viability ye-ECRDA, kuba ifeyila ukwenza zonke ezi zinto ibimele uba iyazenza. I-department must submit a turnaround plan as well as capacitation programs for Magwa project to achieve sustainable results. The department must ensure that indigenous growers of hemp and cannabis are prioritized, and a plan to assist them to acquire the needed requirements for licenses must be in place. Zinikwa abantu abangazange bakhe babe nensangu ke ezi-license. Abantu basemakhaya kolusikisiko omneketshe kanje bayinikwa license yokurhweba ngensangu. General findings: there is a congruency between policy speech and the departmental plans. Siyayincoma ke lonto. Time frames for commencement and completion of planned programs are not indicated. There is also a concern that there is no value for money in almost all the projects or cooperatives that are funded. The budget for the department is not sufficient, especially in the light of the fact that agriculture is perceived as an apex priority of the province. Recommendations: the department is commended for the synergy between policy speech and operational plans. The department must submit the committee, to the committee the plan with specific time frames for all the planned projects. The department must intensify its monitoring and evaluation mechanism to ensure that there is value for money. And lastly, the department must increase its budget in order for the dream to be realized. All these submissions that we are requesting must be done within 30 days after the adoption of the report. And lastly, Chair of Chairs, allow me to pass the words of gratitude to the members of the committee for having been diligent in the oversight that they conducted over the department in all the sittings, and they honored them. Allow me to thank the MEC and the department, as well as the support team of the committee for helping us compile this report. Enkosi, ndiphakamisa ke ukuba le report ndiyidakancayo yamkelwe yindlu.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Acting Chairperson of the committee. I would now allow questions of clarity to the committee. Honorable Fihlane. Yeah. Honorable Fihlane.
Enkosi Sakela, Enkosi Sihlalo Sihlalo Xolo. Pha ku page 194 u program 3. Ndicinga ba kwezi inkomo I think finding B. Ndicinga ba ke mhlambe okanye uba yinto eqhubekayo lento yezinkomo eziqubayo. Utata uSogoni wesengumphathiswa wakwa agriculture ngelaxesha. Ethetha ngenkomo ezinqinayo, inkunzi ezonqinayo. Uchaza ixuba lomgqibo. So ayonto intsha ndicinga ba mhlamba ndanima is it a repetitive finding? That's what I'm trying to get. Okanye into entsha enifumanise ngoku. Because I remember ngalendlela ubuyithetha ngayo kodwa nibhala ngalendlela ubuyithetha ngayo apha kwi-finding. Kodwa ngalendlela ubuyicacisa ngayo apha ku-podium uba ureferisha kulanto ndithetha uDG lo wakudala ethetha ngenkomo ezenqinayo. Inkosi.
Okay. Honorable Becker.
Thank you, Chair. I'm referring to program 4, page 195, recommendations B, that talks about dipping material. My question is simply this: is there and will there be enough medicine, dipping material and vaccines available? And then the second, following page, point C, where the department or that it talks about outbreaks, droughts and diseases. I want to know, does this outbreaks include locusts outbreaks? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Panga.
Person and the committee, this is, I've never listened to a report like that is disastrous like that. The policy statement that we're talking about, we say what the Premier says when he opens the State of the Nation, the State of the Province address, and the outcomes, the State of the Province, are not aligned. Are not aligned, which is correct. In terms of Fort Cox, Fort Cox, 12 years back, there was no legislation for it to be funded. 12 years back, I was still a national member of parliament. No legislation. The complaint was that there must be legislation to fund it. But committee, even today we all agree that there is no funding for Fort Cox that is adequate to make it run. And the chairperson says, also, Magwa is dysfunctional. My question is, do you agree with me that having this department in the Eastern Cape, which is, you are saying all programs are dysfunctional, with an absent HOD, who does not take your work very serious, do you think that it's necessary for us to continue to finance these programs that have failed all of them, which an underperforming HOD, which undermines Parliament? And have you looked into the performance of that HOD? Thank you very much.
Committee members.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I start with the last one, Chair?
Okay.
As a committee, we don't agree with the honourable member in. Can I be protected, Chair?
Honourable Panga, can you allow the committee to respond to the clarities and questions here?
We don't agree with the honourable member that the report itself is disastrous, because it does not point out in the findings which one is a disaster. And the performance.
Honourable Panga, familiarize yourself with Rule 80 of the standing rules, please. Thank you. Continue.
The responsibility of the portfolio committee is to make findings and recommendations, and that's exactly what we did. And we are pointing out to the weaknesses in the system. The committee has done that, and there's no disaster in that. If the honorable member has questions with regards to the performance of the department, he has a right to ask the MEC, not the portfolio committee. We are not scared. We are not. The question by Honorable Fihlan, is it a repetitive finding, that issue of the livestock? It's not a repetitive finding. What happened then was that ezankunzi, can I respond in isiXhosa? Nongani usebenzisa isimpondo because it's not an official language. Ezankunzi zazisisiwa kudala, zazisiya kumafama, but zazifika zonqene zingayenzi lento fanele baziyayenza. Ziwashiya amathokazi ezihlelele zingenzi into. Le finding, okay, nibadala nonke apha, zazingafika izenze the action le yenza reproduction. The finding now, zazingakhweli each honorable member pemva kwami. Kalondi mntane cawe mina. The finding now is that zithatha ixesha ukukhutshwa i-department ziyofika kumafama. So it's a different finding, it's not a repetitive finding. The issue of the dipping, will there be enough medicines available? Can that be asked to the MEC? And of course, the outbreaks, they do include locusts. A year ago, we had a problem of locusts in the province, so it does include locusts. If Con has any questions that I have not answered, as new honorable members is pending.
No. Thank you very honorable members. You can leave. Can I get questions to the MECs? Honorable Banga and Honorable Matuana, Honorable Fihlan and Honorable in that order, Honorable Banga.
MEC, I want to first recommend something to you and ask this question. The first one, you must buy a book written, The Super Afrikaners, by the
Honorable Banga, Rule 73 of the House clearly guide us how to deal with the committee reports and asking questions to the MEC. So I will ask you to ask a question to the MEC.
Yeah. I want to ask the MEC, looking at the work that the department have done with an absent HOD and an absent outcome, because now I'm going to follow up this HOD thing. But if we can make comparison, and this is going to be very controversial and I'm using it deliberately, between LL Sebe, Matanzima, schemes in the Eastern Cape that promoted agricultural development, can you be proud when you stand up and say Fort Cox, which they built and it was successful, and also Magwa, which is failing to produce, that our government, our democratic government, is able to develop an agricultural program that will make our people eat out of the arable land in the Eastern Cape, comparison to Matanzima and LLC.
Honorable Matuana.
Honorable Chair of Chairs and honorable members, good evening. I want to draw the attention of the honorable MEC to page 199 of the report of the committee regarding program 8 that talks about ELRAD, or rather Eastern Cape Rural Development Agency. The committee, honorable MEC, makes mention of a non-functioning entity. In the recommendation becomes very mild. It talks about a need for evaluation. I want to pose a question to the MEC. What is the turnaround? Is there any turnaround plan in place to make this entity work? In the makeup of this entity, the focus was rural support to rural farmers. as a rural farmer myself, and as a person coordinating a constituent that is rural, what is the turnaround plan to make this entity work and function for the betterment of the rural poor in our communities? Because I see the committee talks about evaluation. For me, that's very mild. It does not get to the core of the issue, which is the problem here. Thank you.
Honorable Mkhaka.
Thanks, Honorable Chair of Chairs. Mkhambi Chair of Chairs, we are running away from a necessary discussion so that we treat each other with dignity in this legislature. A fundamental question for me is, at what stage do we deal with the ownership and control of our land? Because once you enter that discussion, you stop reducing our people in rural areas as appendages of commercial farmers. And therefore, as politicians, must enter that discussion, because that's fundamental. It's when you are able to sift who represent the working class and the bourgeois class. Kulo context yalo discussion. Now, the question I want to raise, Chair. The question eti ku MEC, Honorable MEC, whether ixesha alifikanga nalo kuba the responsibility of tilting the land sike sinike inkosi, sinike inkosi, si-strengthenishe i-accounting mechanism so that inkosi iqiniseke uba amasimi kwindawo yayo ayalinywa onke. Siwakhela iparlament inkosi, nazi iparlament yazo becani kwethu. Noba sithi mazo-account apha ngekota kule house siyazibhajetela mos. Alifikanga nelo xesha because 76, almost plus or minus 60 to 70% of the rural land akulinywa kule province. Tell about the rural land vis-a-vis urban farmers, and I don't want to go to that space. Alifikanga nelo xesha into yoba inkosi sizinike responsibility yokulima la masimi, siproduce, sizi-evaluate i-performance yazo on the basis of their production. Alifikanga nelo xesha ngoku xa usenza i-assessment yakho. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Saziwa. Honorable Saziwa.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. My questions to the MEC will be based on Program 8, Rural Development Coordination. The first question will seem to be rhetoric. That is indeed this department focusing, amongst others, on the changing of the rural hinterland of our province as a measure of mitigating against migration from rural areas to urban areas? If yes, what examples can the MEC give in terms of the budget? The second one, Chair, relates to finding B. That's the potential of Magwa project is not maximized despite the huge amounts that are injected in the project in every financial year. What seems to be the problem? Because Magwa as well as Majority, because remember, we cried about the fact that people who needed to get ET bags, and unfortunately this legislature is not utilizing that tea from Magwa. We only saw it when we were at a workshop at ICC. What is it that makes these projects? Because for us, that are coming from that side of the province, that is our gold, inclusive of cannabis and hemp. Thank you.
Like le yethi ndiyekile ke sendiyilendukele kodwa ndike ndayibona yona apha eSpa iloibhos encinci ikhona ilincinci incane mna yam ipha ku-194 sihlalo I think kweza findings kulaa xesha ligqithile le-question time upremier berespondile pha but kuyabonakala uba le beyithetha upremier ayiyo ncakasana ngokwale committee report izama ke ukuthi umphathiswa yintoni ebangela bangayiphakameli phezulu into yokuphathwa komhlaba kakuhle ukuthi zama ukuthetha isixhosa esizamileyo then ino-rehabilitation hey kaloku andifuni nam ndizamele uba abantu batolikayo pha bangathethi isimpondo umhlaba lo uphathwe ngendlela eyiyo uphathwe kakuhle na udemeshekile umhlaba yeah.
Honorable, let me see, judging by the number of questions, I'm not sure the 5 minutes yako if if you want, you can answer them when you come back so that you can answer them comprehensively. Do you want to answer them now?
Ndawuphela phi inkosi ithi mandiphele khona.
Oh, okay.
Chair of Chairs. Good evening to you, Chair of Chairs. And coming to the questions raised by Honorable Banga, yes, there are challenges eMagwa, but that doesn't mean that Magwa is not functioning. It's just that it has not yet break even in Magwa, but there is work that is being done in Magwa. I will combine it with the question that was asked by Honorable Saziwe. Here there is a transversal contract that was approved by Treasury, and we're expecting the very same house, which is the legislature, to be the first department to buy Imakwati. You've approved it, but you are not using Imakwati as this house. So how can you expect Imakwati to break even if you are not supporting it as this house and also government departments? There are few departments that are buying Imakwati. So masithi siqhasha department sibe nathi sincedisa to buy from Imakwa. And also that on the issue of the Fort Cox chair, as we all know that the agricultural colleges, they are going to be taken over by national department, but we are still delayed by UDELRAD together with the Department of Higher Education and Training. As the province, we are ready, we've done everything from our side, so they said this year we must keep them. And we know that there are infrastructure challenges in Fort Cox, but we do not have sufficient budget for the infrastructure. This year we do Fort Cox, then the next financial year, that is the all. And then on the issue that was asked by Honorable Matiwan on the turnaround of ECRTA, we have appointed the board last year on the 1st of May 2022. The new board was appointed, and there was no CEO then, and the board have appointed the CEO. And also in strengthening the governance, the board have appointed the audit and risk committee, including the independent chairperson. So also a board, now they have, we are busy with Treasury to make sure that the entity migrates from U3C to U3D, and also they are in the process of appointing the trade and investment manager to deal with trade and investment. And also they have finalized the reconfiguration that was started then by the previous board. And also the board have already appointed the board of Imakwa to strengthen the work that is done there at Imakwa. And also we do have countries that want the Makwati that we are in talks with as the department. Coming to the question by Honorable Mkhakh, ownership and control of our land. I good la question, but what I can say, Chair of Chairs, is that the distribution, the land distribution, is not the function of the provincial government. It is centralized. It is the function of the national government. But I will refer that matter to the minister. But we are working with traditional leaders. Currently, even traditional leaders, ziqanda manxiwa emasimini, the very same traditional leaders, sisikela abantu ziza emasimini. And lastly, Chair, on the issue of rural development is cross-cutting to all departments. That's why the coordination part of it is the Premier's office, because all departments have to report on the work that they are doing in developing rural areas. Ukwakhi clinic, ukwakhi skolo in a rural area, that is part of rural development. So each and every department is doing something in rural areas to contribute towards development of the rural areas. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable MC. Can we get now to the debate of the committee report? Honorable Zibonda, Democratic Alliance, you have 12 minutes to debate the report.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mandithathe ilithuba sekuwe sihlalo ngibukele ngibuze kusekela somlomo Nkulumbuso namalungu endlu umthetho ngokubanzi abasebenzi bendlu umthetho abantu abafikileyo bakwigalari. Honorable Chairperson, the Eastern Cape is the second largest province and accounts for 9.7% of South Africa's agricultural production. It has the third largest share of the country's commercial agricultural land, 37.1%. It is the most important province when it comes to wool and mohair production. It has 17% of the country's milk producers. It is accounting for 27% of the country's milk. It has 6.5% of the country's broilers. The broken surface of the land precludes a large-scale agronomy, yet wide variety of crops are cultivated. The shoreline lends itself to fishing. There is some recreational commercial fishing for line fish, the collection of marine resources and access to line catches of the hake. Potential agribusiness opportunities are food processing, maize milling, meat processing.
Can you speak to the mic? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Potential agribusiness opportunities are fruit processing, maize milling, milk processing, juice processing, tanneries, and taxidermy. Despite all the above possibilities, Honorable Chairperson, the province has budgeted a mere 2.56% of its budget to Dr. Da. As a consequence of this underbudgeting, land care budget continues to decrease, despite the fact that it has a potential to create jobs, and as we face a huge challenge of soil erosion and soil degradation. The DA calls for the boosting of the program in order to fight climate change, avoid soil degradation, and use trees to improve food security and preserve our own culture. It is the finding of the committee that although the department is perceived as a game changer in terms of job creation, yet there are no clear plans on how jobs will be created. Honorable Chair, with high levels of unemployment in our province, job creation should be what every department is preoccupied with. We do not have the luxury of being average. Abantu balambile and our youth are getting impatient because with each passing day, their hope is fading day by day. With plentiful grassland and usually good rainfalls, the Eastern Cape hosts the largest percentage of the country's livestock, 39% of its goats, 30% of its sheep, and 25% of its cattle. Despite this, the budget on Program 4 has decreased, with the set targets having increased on the contrary on all sub-programs. Non-availability of veterinary services in the rural areas and the scarcity of dipping material continues. There is no plan and budget for disaster management, outbreaks, droughts, and disease control. If the province is to realize its mission to exploit the opportunities that are provided by agriculture, this is where we should invest more resources, because it is our strength as a province. Therefore, the department must make sure that there is enough animal handling facilities, vaccines, proper disaster management to minimize stock losses, prompt and effective response to the needs of farmers. Honorable Chair, climate change is the biggest threat to food security currently, but the department has not done a single research on climate change. How then do they plan to mitigate the effects of climate change when they are not even armed with knowledge or innovative ideas that are research-based? The Doni Research Farm is a typical example of a government that does not value research. How can the department let such an important resource dilapidate, run right under their nose? The DA calls for the government to intervene swiftly and ensure that the institution is saved. We can reap the benefits that come with evidence and research-based decision-making. Innovation and research is crucial in ensuring that our food security is resilient and it is sustainable. The research unit in the Western Cape Department of Agriculture has used research and innovation to assist farmers to save water. Satellite is used to measure moisture in the soil to inform them how much water is needed for irrigation. This prevents over and under irrigation. We expect Doni to play the same role in assisting our province. The budget does not ensure that this is achieved. It is my view, Honorable Chair, that the ECRDA is inadequate and is unable to serve its intended purpose. I fully support the proposal by the committee that it must be evaluated, it must be evaluated by an independent body. Whoever does the evaluation will not struggle. A simple tour around the red hubs and most of their project is enough to improve that taxpayers' money has been thrown into the drain. Honorable Chair, how is the department going to make sure abantu who have been growing in Tsangu and are dependent on it are not left behind, when the department is allegedly not in a position to know who has been granted a license to grow cannabis? Ironically, the department is now embarking on cannabis business through Magwa and Majority. How convenient. The DA calls on the government to assist the locals to get licensed so that they can trade with in Tsangu. Honorable Chair, Mr. Wandile Sihlobo, a member of the President Cyril Ramaphosa's Presidential Economic Advisory Council in 2019, having served on the Presidential Expert Advisory Panel on Land Reform and Agriculture from 2018, said, and I quote, "But one other crucial issue is road deterioration. In some provinces, such as the Eastern Cape, roads are almost non-existent in various regions. A few weeks ago, farmers in areas such as Ngocha have struggled to receive diesel supplies, which they need to keep their dairy farming entities running, given the load shedding, feeds and concentrates. The roads are so bad and muddy during rainy weather that farmers can't even deliver milk to processing facilities. It is a mixture of challenges. We should not have such challenges in a province like the Eastern Cape, where government leadership speaks of its drive for agricultural development, expansion, job creation, and agritourism. The essential ingredients for such a vision of prosperous agriculture and agritourism are proper roads and water infrastructure, since energy is separately is a big issue on its own. With such poor roads, we will struggle to see decent participation of black farmers at the commercial farming level. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair, the department should engage the relevant departments and ensure that the challenge of roads is addressed as it poses a threat to the survival of our farmers and access to markets. Honorable Chair, agriculture is our only hope for most of our people to create jobs and ensure food security for everyone. The budget allocated to this department does not reflect a province that depends heavily on agriculture to change things around and improve its fortunes. The DA does not support the budget. The DA supports the report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sibonda, may I call upon Honorable Zibula, Economic Freedom Fighters, your 8 minutes.
Over. Omnye angathethi ke ngoba ndaveni biza la veterinary ke mna. Angakalinga guess. Greetings commissars and fighters, greetings to all the members of the House and the people of the Eastern Cape at large. We are debating, Honorable Chair of Chairs, an underfunded budget of a very strategic department is the Eastern Cape. The department that is expected to eradicate and that is expected to eradicate poverty and unemployment. Agriculture should be the backbone and cornerstone of the Eastern Cape economy. This is the department that is close to the poor and the rural communities. Yet its impact is minimal. The jobs being created by this department in our communities is extremely low to non-existent. The number of youth and the women involvement in agriculture and in the province is also very low. The new trend in the Eastern Cape is to focus on EPWP as the only tool of job creation. Any job creation that is focused on EPWP is based on quantity, not the quality. The Department of Agriculture must create permanent and sustainable jobs. The department must invest more on training and skills development and also subsidize young people who are willing to venture into agriculture. The Eastern Cape has a vast land that is eroded and needs rehabilitation. Umhlaba wokhokho bethu, Chair of Chairs, uyemka, yaye akho ntshukumo yaneleyo ukunqanda olukhukuleko lomhlaba kule department. Elisebe alibonakali linezicwangciso zokuqubisana nale ngxaki. Akukho xesha la kulinda, umhlaba uyemka ngoku. Nalo mhlaba unokukwazi ukusetyenziswa ngabantu bakuthi ekulimeni awubiywanga. Isebe licwangcisa ukubiya ikilometer ezimbalwa kakhulu kunokuba kudingeka. Lonto ke yenza nabantu bazimisele ukuba ukulima bangayifumani inkxaso eyeneleyo. Xa uhamba ngo-N2 uya kula macala ngaseKokstad ubona amasimi negadi ezidleleyo, abantu bakuthi abaninzi abenza ii-cooperatives zokulima nokufuya kodwa inkxaso yakho ayikho. Iinkampu ezilalini ziyasikwa zenziwa amanxiwa kuba imfuyo ayikho, nenkxaso karhulumente inqabile. Nezo cooperatives ezaqalwayo xa ziqalwa zafumana inkxaso karhulumente azikwazi ukukhula zizimele zibe nenzala. Ufika zingakwazi ukugqiba neminyaka emithathu ii-cooperatives zikhona. Isebe liyasilela ekusondelezeni abantu bakuthi ekusondelezeni abantu bakuthi kwinkqubela, libafundise, libaxhase, libakhulise bade babe bayazimela. Imihlaba eselunxwemeni lwemifula ezala ngamanzi apho unkcenkceshela kulula khona, nalo mihlaba ilele. Amadlelo alele, akufuywanga into ekhoyo, amadlelo asuka amanxiwa ingakumbi xa uhamba kwezilali zisondele nasezidolophini. Amadlelo ke kwenziwa amanxiwa phaa kwezaa ndawo. Imfuyo ezilalini iyafa. Oogqirha bemfuyo bambalwa abafikelela kwiphondo lonke. Iidiphu ezimbalwa ezisasebenzayo. Kwezinye iingingqi imfuyo ayiditshwa, ayitofwa iminyaka eliqela. Lo mcimbi ke welayisensi yentsangu yathi xa iza apha lo mcimbi uba ilayisensi yentsangu ukulima intsangu kuzovumeleka saselebrate siyi-Eastern Cape. Sinethemba lokuba noko uba khona umahluko ingakumbi ke kulaa mhlaba wabo onkomonye nabana nondabeni. Sathemba noko phaa kulaa mhlaba swampondweni kuzoke kube khona uphuhliso. Kodwa ke siyabona uba nawo ofihlane nomadikizela basalamba phaa because
lezi licenses zezawasuka abantu bamhlophe sithi ke ngona ke CEFF bekufana ukuba kwasekuqaleni kujonge ukuthi ngobani aba bebesihleli beyitshala insangu kuphuhliswe bona kungafika abantu abaze apha bengenanzengo zakuphuhlisa but bezifukela bafumana nje ukufumana imali benza imali ngalensango ebeyifana ba iyona economy iphuhlisa abantu bakuthi. There are few black small There are few black small-scale farmers, if there are any, that are supported to the level of being commercial farmers and export their products. There is no vigorous and radical commitment by the department to have the black people participate in farming at a large scale. The sector is not transformed. It remains white, monopolized sector. And there's no plan by the department to have more and more black people in the sector. There is not enough funding by the department, and even the funding they provide is not followed by monitoring, training, and mentoring. There is also challenges, there are glaring challenges in the farming community, that is the lack of land, the abuse of farm workers through labor brokers, the victimization and unfair treatment of farm workers, the disregard of rights of farm workers and unfair dismissal of farm workers, the arrogance of farmers, the lack of funding of farming cooperatives, and the lack of departmental support to support black small-scale farmers. As the EFF celebrates its 10 years of existence, the people of the Eastern Cape must know, they are celebrating July join. The people of the Eastern Cape must know that it's only the EFF that has a plan for the black child in the Eastern Cape. The EFF in its founding manifesto put in 7 non-negotiable cardinal pillars. The non-negotiable cardinal pillar number 1 seeks to provide permanent solution to the challenge of the people of the Eastern Cape, experience in relation to agriculture and forestry, expropriation of land without compensation. The people of the Eastern Cape should look no further than EFF to provide permanent, sustainable agricultural reforms that will make this province to lead in dealing with poverty and unemployment. The ANC has reached a ceiling, and there is no vision. EFF, over this 10-year period, has got this expertise. As EFF, we are ready to lead and govern the Eastern Cape, and as EFF, we don't support this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Zibula. I see the United Democratic Movement is not here. They have absconded. Honorable Zinti. I will now call upon the African National Congress. Honorable Anil Kumar. Your 18 minutes starts now.
Honorable Chair of Chairs, Honorable Premier of this wonderful province, His Exco, Honorable members, it's a great pleasure and opportunity for African National Congress handed over me to debate on a subject which is close to not only African National Congress, even you, Honorable Sibonda, agriculture. Agriculture is a subject which is close to all of us. And that is why, as African National Congress, we always like and bring pragmatic points to this debate. How the agricultural sector can drive the economic growth is a key question we need to answer. How do we address our problems? Through agriculture. And that's a critical question. This is to preserve not only the critical sector of our economy, but a treasured way of living. Remember, South Africa and South Africans have a treasured way of living. Whether, Honorable Koto, you agree or not, it is there. We had a legacy, we had a tradition, we had a culture. Therefore, it is important, and that is why African National Congress is believing that the government should be productive and provide enough facilities to upgrade their standard of living, stimulating sustainable and inclusive economic growth, starting in agriculture with direct effects in employment and the labor income for the rural extreme poor, has been the most prominent driver in the extreme destitution reduction. Remember, one of the strategic goals we look at is how destitution can be reduced. And the only way we look is the agriculture department. As we know, COVID-19 has taught us many lessons, but it also created a lot of opportunities. One of them is to think about food security. Irrespective of the opposition, irrespective of the ruling, we all said food security is very, very key. While South Africa technically is food secure, that is what we can say. But substantial households lack access of adequate food to meet the daily needs. Agriculture is central to improve this food security. In order to grow the agricultural sector, South Africa needs professional farmers. Whether they come and whether they farm 1 hectare or 20,000 hectares, we need the people understanding the economic, socio-economic and environmental farming. More importantly, this sector should address the demographics of this country. In other words, in plain language, Africans must have farm and they must farm. It can't be in 70% or 80% on one line and the people of this nation does not have. And that is what we need to address. But I want to remind Honorable Sibula that we want to do it in a legal way because this is a country with constitution. So we have to adhere to the constitution. There is a proper linkage between the policy speech of the MEC and the departmental plans. Honorable Peters, we appreciate you. I think sometimes Honorable Banga can be very dramatic and emotional because he missed points. Look at the policy speech of the MEC. I think Honorable Sibonda can give you a homework on that. It all goes well. The resonance we can find is going to assist the process of developing plans that can highlight the upstream and the downstream linkages that embedded in agriculture. The positive link can energize the department's operational plans. It also can bring enthusiasm among the people of this country. We are glad to note that there is a marginal increase of 170 million. We know that that is not enough, but still the budget of the department is not sufficient, especially in the light of the fact that agriculture is perceived to be the pinnacle, the panacea of the people. Substantial increase in the department over the MDF period can enhance service delivery in respect to the department's mandate and strategic focus of the stream. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the Eastern Cape has recorded the 3rd consecutive decrease in unemployment in the province, as stated in the quarterly labor force survey for the 4th quarter of 2022. Even in 2023, there is margin, the trend continues. Honorable Premier, we appreciate you. The prophets of doom cannot understand. From 47, it comes to 40. Who created this unemployment? It is not the African National Congress or the ruling party. It was the bank agents which left to us, but we are managing. You need to be applauded. I don't know why they are not clapping. The simple reason that we not only perceive and but believe the analysis, the agriculture as the game changer in terms of job creation. Even the share of the agriculture, forestry and fishing in the provincial gross domestic product may be less, but it is one of the sectors that can play an important, a critical, stimulating overall economic growth through strong linkages with the other sectors. Honorable Chair of Chairs, the budget vote discussion is raising alarming concerns in terms of the climate change and its impact on agricultural productivity. It is interesting to bring you the report from 2022 intergovernmental report which was released last year in climate change. I quote, increases in frequency, intensity, severity of droughts, floods and heat waves progressively weakening soil health. That's the point. It is affecting the soil health and decreased pollination. What is the impact of that? It will actually reduce the crop yield and productivity. The stats which are seen are frightening. The agricultural productivity growth in Africa since 1961, Honorable Chair of Chair, has decreased 34%. Maize yield has been decreased 6%. Wheat, 2%. 62% of the continent's population currently employed in agricultural sector, which is climate sensitive. So it means that it is an important practice. It needs to look. And Eastern Cape, there is no need to look around. We know the impact of climate change. Now, this particular department, are they attending to it? We can say that the program 2 the department must improve on its target setting so that there could be a link. We are also saying that in program 5, when the acting chairperson of the committee was talking, she talked about pragmatic solutions. If Zambia's GDP is much lower than South Africa, if they can produce drought-resistant seed, we can also do that. But don't worry about, Honorable Chair of Chair, we are not worried about the crocodile tears by Honorable Banga, he left. Because there is an external evaluation on Western Cape shown that 38% of failure in Western Cape farm projects. 246 agricultural land reform projects are failed completely. 24% of other are challenging. This is not said by African National Congress. This is said by Mr. Sebo Petsa Mogali, Acting Chief Director of Farm and Support Development in Western Cape Agriculture Department. While he was addressing the delegates from Stellenbosch University, he said that this is the situation. And we are not surprised, it can happen. So don't come here and certain projects are failed, Magua is failing, ECRDA is not doing, it can happen because of the contextual factors in the ground. Understand that. As ANC, we are matured enough to understand why Western Cape could not manage. But we don't come and, grandstand here. EFF, I am not going to answer Honorable Sibula. You can see he never joined us because he disowned that report. He was the only one sitting there without our team. So how do we respond to people who does not own that report? We are not going to do that. Secondly, EFF, we will always give you a concern. The concern is that, you see, when children are walking, they will fall. We will tell them, we will again ask them to walk. You are still learning the art of governance. It will take, yes, you can dream, after 100 years, maybe. Then you can think about that. So I am not going to respond to it. ANC is never ashamed of stand of the rectification of long-standing workforce inequalities and mirror the country's demographic diversity. We believe that transformation in the workplace is key and critical component to achieve development stage. The report suggests that employment equity of the senior management has been achieved. Honorable Peters and your team, congratulations for that. But do something, because Section 6 of the Employment Act number 55 of 1998 is talking about people with a disability. And there your department is lagging. We know that you are going to attend that. New and exciting technological advances are being made by daily in agriculture. Improvements in nutritional program, genetics, reproduction, standard operating procedures in animal care has been introduced. So, whether the issues of training of employees, motivating workforce, implementing a new technology, you need to communicate. The report suggests that there is little budget or insufficient budget allocated to the communication. So, as African National Congress, we believe that communication is very important. So, that department needs to be looked at. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chair of Chairs, the world's population is projected to grow from around 8 billion to 10 billion in 2050. Currently, we got 88 billion people. Food and agricultural production system worldwide are facing unprecedented challenges from an increasing demand of food and growing population. Overexploitation of natural resources, loss of biodiversity, adverse climate change, rising hunger and malnutrition, food loss. Hunger has been on the rise globally. In 2017 report, 821 million people are undernourished. That is 11% of the world's population. We are always concerned about that 2030 agenda of sustainable development adopted by United Nations, saying that we should have a planet with prosperity. And that's why ANC always say better life for all. This makes the program dealing with sustainable development and management of agricultural resource becomes very important. According to the report, it says land rehab programs are not effectively implemented. So we are saying that the department can look into that. Land care budget continues to decrease, but the target increasing. Even that matter needs to be looked. If you look at the farmer support and development, agriculture is a huge industry. It isn't restricted to farmers alone. Agricultural support services are extremely important in helping farmers to flourish. In addition to boosting productivity, farm support services help with the challenging farms. The farms needs to be supported, and that is the fundamental point. The Green Revolution, ANC policy documents and programs are reiterating. All our conferences, we have been talking about Green Revolution. It is important that that must contribute to the reduction of poverty, improved food security, agricultural income, etc. Therefore, we urge the department to continue its program with more vigor and enthusiasm. We also note that the report is talking about Litsema grant, which is not sufficient. Secondly, the financial support to the cooperatives across this province need to be fairly distributed. As we know, we are not ashamed to talk about cooperatives. Cooperatives are the lifeblood of the poor people. So it is important that that must be distributed. The vet services, if the chair of chairs, I am just inviting the attention to the words of Dr. Nomsa Minsi. She is actually the vice president of the South African Vet Council. She says this: animal health care is often treated for the rich. I repeat, animal health care is often treated for the rich, but it is not. It is for everyone. It is a basic need like the electricity and water. So it is important to have awareness, education campaigns about various issues like outbreaks of animal diseases. So we are saying that the current situation is very bad. If you go to the rural areas, vet services are not available. They have to go to an urban proximity to fight. Yet, we believe that South Africa lives in rural areas. So it is important that there should be an allocated budget for the animal health program. It's also, ANC is also concerned that the outbreaks, the department needs to look into early so that it can be saved. In terms of the training, I'm not going to take much time, but I just want to say that the department, we should appreciate. I think Honorable Banga is still not here. He is raising a point. Why the funding? I think it is important that, I think our leader, Honorable Premier told yesterday, when you come and talk something, you need to understand whether it is correct or not. The problem with the Fort Cox is, the fundamental problem is that we need to move that one to the higher education. And it was not the province issue. The province has been submitting. But it is the national which was delayed the process. But now currently, it can happen. That is why we say we don't come to that point. But we are saying that currently, this particular department was able to do that. Lastly, on rural development coordination, we do not see positive outcomes if we do not address rural development, because it's very important. It is a very good suggestion that there should be a comprehensive team looking into ECRD and coming back with solutions. I want to land on behalf of the African National Congress. We welcome, and we are saying that where you are right, MEC, move with it. Where there are problems, attend. And I quote the words of Alan Savory. I think you need to listen to me, otherwise you will not understand. Agriculture, Alan Savory is saying agriculture is not a crop production or a popular belief holds. It is the production of food. It is the fiber from world's land and waters. Without agriculture, it is not possible to have a city. It is not possible to have EFF. It is not possible to have stock
On a point of
market.
order, Honourable Chair of
It is not
Chairs.
possible to bank, university. Agriculture is the foundation of civilization.
On a point of
and
order.
it needs to be protected. Thank you.
Honorable Anil Kumar. Honorable Kumar.
But Chair of Chairs, I had a point of order. You are screaming at all of us.
Honorable Kumar.
Yeah.
Anil. Honorable Play. Honorable Anil Kumar. Can you come back, please? Can you come back? You are still left with 2 minutes. But there was a Honorable Anil Kumar.
Yes.
You are left with 2 minutes, but there was a point of order.
Yeah.
From Honorable Kasim. So, Honorable Kasim, On what rule are you standing up on?
Honorable Chair of Chairs, I wanted to check if the honorable member was willing to take a question on the former President Kgalema Motlante's high-level report into land reform. Is he willing to take a question on that matter?
Are you willing to take a question?
I am not taking a question, but I am available for mediating later.
Can you then finish up your 2 minutes if you have, or you are done?
Thank you
are
very
you
much.
done? You are done.
Okay, now let's go to the business. Keep quiet. The dusty roads leading to the Fort Cox Agriculture and Forestry Training Institute. One important thing, the opposition and even the ruling party, we understand, we are talking about your children, our children. The dusty roads leading to the Fort Cox Agriculture and Forestry Training Institute was buzzing with excitement and anticipation. Over 500 local learners from 24 schools in the Eastern Cape gathered there. Honorable Chair of Chairs, through you, Honorable Premier, 500 learners expressed in Fort Cox College. They said this is the first time they have seen such a wonderful exhibition organized by the department. We congratulate you. At the same token, we urge the infrastructure requirements to get. We know that Fort Cox College does not have some accreditation, and that accreditation can only come through infrastructural challenges to be addressed. It will happen.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, your 10 minutes starts now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good evening to you, Chair of Chairs, the Honorable Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, the Honorable members of the Executive Council and the Honorable members of this august House, and the Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, Huyenand. Chair of Chairs, Honorable Chair of Chairs, other members in this House, they behave as if they are staying in planet Pluto. They are not staying here on planet Earth. They are aliens here in this planet. So they are not aware of the things that are happening in this planet, which is called planet Earth. And
Just hold on, honorable members. The committee presented a report. Political parties debated the report. The MEC is expected to reply into the report. So please don't drown him. Don't drown him. Over to you, MC.
Thank you, Honorable.
Sorry, Honorable Chair of Chairs. The Honorable MEC is calling members of this House aliens. I want to just check if you can rule on whether that is parliamentary. I don't believe that is parliamentary.
I'll refer that to the table and I'll come back to you tomorrow. Over to you, Honorable MC.
Thank you, Chair of Chairs. Members can go to Doni and check the work that is done by the researchers there. We've got the best researchers in the province in Doni. This important day forms part of the Youth Month as the country commemorates and yet celebrates the 1976 Soweto Uprising. We commemorate and celebrate the then young heroes and heroines who sacrificed their lives and made it possible for the country to obtain a non-racial, non-sexist, free and democratic South Africa. We are happy that indeed their death was not in vain. Nangoku kukhonye no move ngenxa yala youth ka 1976. When I deeply think about Youth Day, what comes to my mind immediately is one of the distinguished and finest sons the world has ever produced, an extraordinary human being, Bishop Trevor Huddleston, Isithwalando. Whilst our people, especially young people, were murdered and jailed every day by the brutal apartheid regime, he outstandingly demonstrated without fear to the regime that the opposite is true. He, in the midst of a crisis, was able to mentor and protect many young people who at the end became the pride of our nation. In this regard, I would like to share with the honorable members an edition written by one of the youngest authors, Victoria Vandiver, who wrote about Bishop Trevor Huddleston. I will perhaps summarize it given the time limited allocated to me as follows. Open quotes. Trevor Huddleston, an Anglican priest, wrote the book Not for Your Comfort, which spoke out vigorously against apartheid through the theology that all mankind is of equal value. The year the book was published, it became a bestseller and attracted the attention of the international community. It shared the plight of South Africans who were negatively affected by apartheid, which effectively stripped them of all their rights. As a minister, Huddleston was able to speak to the international community on a theological level, and being a white man, others were more readily willing to listen to his message than if he had been black. He created organizations to oppose and end apartheid and participated in activism to bring awareness and change. The progress of his efforts was seen throughout his lifetime. When apartheid ended, he continued to support ongoing progress, becoming founding patron of Action for Southern Africa, the successor of the British anti-apartheid movement. By bringing international awareness to the atrocities of apartheid, Huddleston brought positive change to a deeply rooted system that was founded in and maintained by white supremacy. Huddleston was born into a white Anglican family in England. His father and mother were away most of his early life and was raised primarily by his aunt, who had the greatest influence on him in his early years. Anglicanism was the main focus of his aunt's life, although he claimed that his upbringing had little to do with the man he became. The influence of the Anglican theology can be witnessed throughout his life work and in values that he held. And he came to South Africa. He came to South Africa. Huddleston. But ndifuna sifike kula ndawo ithi, whilst he was watching people starving and marching to parliament then in the 1930s, watching people march in the streets towards parliament to bring awareness to their need for basic necessities was difficult. This awareness of the plight of these people, combined with the theological beliefs he was studying, presented him with an opportunity for deep thought on the subject. He concluded that the story of Jesus in the New Testament and the fundamental principles of socialism were related. That these political and that these political and ideological beliefs could not be separated in society. The works of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels and Charles Gore, socialists and theologians respectively, became key ideas in the foundation of his belief. After wrestling with these ideas, Huddleston came to realize, I am convinced that to be a Christian is to be a socialist. And I like to tell my socialist friends, it will do their souls good to read the New Testament story of Jesus. And when he was sent to South Africa, to Sophia Town, what he did there, he worked with the black people in Sophia Town. And one of the people that was, or one person that was identified by him, it was Hugh Masekela. And coming to the report, Chair, that was presented here by the committee, we know that as the department were given 30 days to respond to the findings and the recommendations of the committee. But as the department, we are driving the agriculture and agro-processing master plan. The plan is promoting inclusive growth, competitiveness, employment, and food security. We're driving this through the agri-commodities corridors, targeting export-oriented, labor-intensive, and commodities that promote broadening participation because of barriers to entry. The implementation is driven through the DDM across the province. Our sector jobs will be created through this plan per district, local municipality and ward. And also what was mentioned here concerning the market centers, we are completing the market center in Amatole, Ekiskamauk, and also one market center in OR Tambo. But were delayed in Krisani, Dr. A.P. Kluma, by the local municipality. Babengate ba identify land,
as
but
you
now
conclude-
they have identified.
As you conclude, MC.
And also, Honorable Chair of Chairs, we would like honorable members, Honorable Zibula, to differentiate between cannabis and hemp, and also that the licenses of hemp are applied through DALRAT. And also, cannabis licenses, you apply for cannabis licenses through SAPRA to the Department of Health. That's why we are establishing the two incubators, the one in Magwa and the one in Doni. For Doni, it's for hemp, and the one in Magwa is for cannabis. Chair, honorable members speak here as if there's nothing that is being done when it comes to the rehabilitation of land. If you go to the last financial year, 4,979 hectares of land, of productive land, have been revitalized, and 533 green jobs were created. Honorable Chair of Chairs, on behalf of the department, we acknowledge and accept the report, and we commit to submit a response within a stipulated time frame. Thank you, Honorable Chair of Chairs.
Thank you. Thank you, MSC. Honorable members, I put the report. Any objection? That concludes the discussion on this matter and the business of the day. The House will adjourn until tomorrow, 22nd June 2023 at 10. The House is adjourned. Thank you.